everybody, I think we're back. Yes, Gambit, your blessing, your wonderful blessing to the party, caused the internet to break. There you go. So yes, you have. So for those of you who I don't know if you heard that, they have a focus, and with a focus you get a +2 to the roll, and then a minus with a standard staff, a -2. -2 to the amount of stamina you use to cast the spell.
Cool. What do I need to click? Oh, I don't need to click anything. Okay. It's just when I cast a spell that it's going to do the thing. So
yes,
let
when
me
you go
see
through
if
the
it does
full
the
complete,
thing.
if you go through a regular, go through the full thing, and you just make sure you say that you're using the focus in the roll.
Okay, it's in the roll. So
Yeah.
once my staff is in my hand, then I will use it to telekinesis the pin out slowly.
Okay. So roll the spell casting.
It didn't tell me to do anything with my focus.
Oh, did you?
I did a detailed roll.
What did it do? Hold on, please. Let me just check. Is your focus in the...
Yeah, it's under, like, first focus.
Yeah, okay, so...
And I even, like, focus level 2.
Yeah, it didn't work. Hold on. Go ahead and re-roll that. Let's see.
Anyway, a fumble's a fumble, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but go ahead and re-roll it. Because I want to see if it... I mean... It shouldn't... it should work.
I'm going to try basic roll instead.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. It doesn't ask for anything.
The detailed roll doesn't ask extra location.
Oh, no, wait. That's because... Wait, give me a moment. I think I know. If I click greater focus... let me do the detailed.
Did it
No,
ask
even with greater focus, it doesn't change anything.
Yeah. Target location, random, additional... Oh, no. You have to... Yeah, you have to do it manually. I forgot. Spells you have to do manually. If you use the focus as a weapon, it can count as a weapon, but you have to do it manually.
Well, I fumbled.
So, but it's a +2, so... But you fumbled by 5, so you're going to take 5 points of damage, and it's an air spell, right?
It is, I believe it is an air spell. I didn't write the
I mean, telekinesis
element.
is an air spell.
Well, it's air or mix. I have it here. Telekinesis is air.
Mm-hmm.
So air fumble, and I take 5 damage.
You do. But it... Oh, no, it's
Awesome.
between a 6. You're less than 6, so all you take is 5 damage.
Oh.
But the spell still goes off.
Oh.
That's the great thing in this system. Unless it's... if for a spell fumble, you just screw up channeling chaos and it does internal damage to you, but the spell will still go off.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm slowly pulling magically the hairpin from the hole. And honestly, I don't care about the paper. Like, if the paper falls to the ground afterwards because it's not held by the hairpin or anything, like, that's not Cadeyrn's concern. And he's going to bring the hairpin all the way up to his hand.
Are you going to take hold of it?
The hairpin, yes, not the paper.
Cool. Good to know. So the hairpin is in your hand, the paper falls to the floor and just flutters
Which
and
is it?
falls
Is
there.
it letters, words side up or words side down?
It's like it's folded in half, so it just
Oh, okay.
I'm
there
gonna
is
look
blood on the end of the... It's dripping a little bit.
Shit. Okay. I mean, I'll telekinesis the paper open. Question about focus.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember right, focus cannot reduce a spell below 1 stamina, right?
No, you still have to spend 1 stamina.
Okay, good.
But-
Just making sure.
That's it. So yes, you open the letter, the piece of paper, and you read something very similar to what you just read downstairs from Yanto. The way has been opened. It was held by those who are now dead. The star will rise. Come to me, my friends, for I have opened the way. Your friend, B. Similar, but different.
Cadeyrn looks like he has the letter and hairpin handled. This telekinesis is mage powers. I'm gonna look out the window.
Could you if the letter was not exactly the same, could you reread it so I can write it down in the notes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just asked them if you can copy paste it
Paste
for us.
Oh.
Give me 2 seconds.
B from Brenna. I'm the one behind all of this.
Anna, why are you doing that?
I just like stabbing things.
Well, I've heard that about you. I mean, I have.
I realize now that he
There you
is
go.
from the future, but
What?
uh,
Who?
it's Bemir Var Emrys.
Yeah, that. Mm-hmm. All right, so there you go. It's in the chat. Everybody sees it.
Thanks.
There you go.
Yes.
But you look out the window. You see the setting sun and the rolling clouds coming in from the west. Sorry, I had to take a moment.
You're fine.
The dark, heavy storm clouds. You smell the smell of rain on the air. You know it'll be a storm approaching.
Anything unusual out there? Any odd or anything about the window frame itself? Any signs of what opened this?
It's almost like somebody took the entire casement of the window out.
Hmm.
And I mean, very surgically, very precisely, but it's the entire casement of a window that's cemented in place with mortar because it's a stone wall.
Yeah. That's why it's so weird. I was hoping there might be some signs of besides surgical precision. Cool. Cool.
The trees and everything looks normal out the window.
Okay. She'll walk back over to Alienor. My next question is, how long does it look like Alienor has been like this?
The bruises on her face have just started. There's like,
And the
well,
wound.
it's now
Yeah.
the wound on her chest is now very obviously bleeding or dribbling because you've pulled the.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try to first aid that till we get an Ardzo. At least stop the bleeding. Like, apply some pressure maybe. And try to see how long it's been.
Yeah. First aid. Oh, with another crit. You just love critting on those first aid, don't you?
I don't like it when my friends die.
She looking at her, like the blood loss is not going to kill her. You definitely can staunch the bleeding. I mean, it's minor at this point. And whoever did this had intimate knowledge of the human anatomy to the point that knew exactly where to do this so it would cause no long-term damage. And she's currently unconscious because it looks like, you know, you see defensive wounds, like she tried to fight
To
off
defend
something.
herself. Yeah.
But you definitely see it, like the side of her temple, somebody knocked her out. And you see a couple other wounds that definitely look like they weren't so much... They weren't so much...
I'm just eating and playing, so...
Well, let's put it this way, Brenna. You're more familiar with those types of wounds as you've encountered them with certain people who possibly are employed by your husband in a specific capacity. Types of wounds, not the same ones and not made by the same person.
Yeah.
But,
interesting. Down.
like, there are a couple broken bones in her hands that really don't serve any other purpose.
Cool. A little light torture. That's fine. She's like, that's gonna be an Ardzo job, or you know, just someone who you know, the castle doctor is very proficient in setting bones. She'll just do that like stop the bleeding, examination, and then untie her, and then lay her gently down. Probably shouldn't be sitting up like that, and then check on Yanto because he's unconscious too.
As you start to lay her down, she'll rouse a little bit, and it takes her a couple seconds, you know, concussion, to focus on you. And where's Javic? And then she'll kind of start to pass out again.
Quick pause
Yes.
before Cadeyrn answers.
Yeah.
Because he's going to answer whether or not she falls back unconscious, right? While Brenna was investigating around, I mean, I opened the paper, I read 2 sentences. I would like to use 100% of my remaining time to try to ID what the hell this hairpin is. Because I know it's magical, but it's like something I've never seen. But now I have it in my hands, so I want to play with it.
That's a magical training.
I have a question just for clarification, because Yanto's never been there, but if I remember correctly, please tell me if I'm remembering incorrectly. The entire family was kept in this area, right? There was like, this is like the entire family's area, right?
This was the study. So like the family wing has there's a set of doors that lead to the family wing as kind of like the last defense portion of the thing. And at the far end of the hall is the master's chambers, and then to the left of that was Brenda's rooms, and to the right of that was Filiberta's rooms, which were technically the ladies' rooms, which are now the family infirmary, because Brenda's basically wiped anything that Filiberta had tied to off the map. To the left of Brenna's rooms were Lawrence's rooms. To the right of Filiberta's rooms were Florian's rooms. And then there's this study that kind of rounds out this little semicircle sort of area as kind of where Gavril would do most of his work and meet with most of the people, you know, the stewards and the various other people, you know, that don't need to be in the grand hall kind of meeting. This is like the day-to-day running of the castle and the lands and all of these kind of things, kind of business. Most of the, when things had first happened and Brenna was first woken up and they discovered that Javic was unconscious, their guest had been, 2 of their guests were missing. Gavril kind of shut everything down and pulled everybody into the study as kind of like an immediate response. But since then, and you know, since that happened yesterday and now today, Gavril is kind of Gavril has left and is working with the guards and kind of dealing with that. And he's let Florian and Lawrence return to their rooms. And at last point, when Cadeyrn knew, Alienor was agreeing to stay with Javic in
In the
the
infirmary.
when Cadeyrn left to go find Yanto. So at last point where we last saw Alienor, she was in the family infirmary with Javic, kind of acting as his babysitter now that he was mostly conscious, and there was concern about him being extremely drained.
And what about Gavril?
Gavril isn't in. He was with the guards doing other stuff,
And the boys were in their rooms.
Yeah, and the boys were in their rooms. So you rolled the.
I haven't rolled yet, but I'm going to put 2 points of luck in it.
Okay, and chat has very kindly gifted you all for 3 points of luck. Just letting you all know.
Oh, yeah, but I'm not going to... This is something, personal for Cadeyrn. And as much as I appreciate chat, I would like to keep their luck points for when the hammer falls. So 27, yes, 27.
Out of curiosity. Oh, that's very good. You almost crit.
Yeah, it's the highest I can go without critting.
With a 27, the first thing you'll realize is that it's the magic in it you've never seen before, but you can kind of figure out what it does. Like the whole flow of the magic feels alien in such a way. It's similar in the sense that it still uses the underlying forces of the world of chaos, but it's like its flavor is different. It doesn't come from here. It's nothing that you've ever seen on the continent, either with human magics or even some of the perhaps elven mages that may have visited Banard on occasion to kind of laugh at the, stupidity of humans.
I will make a note of it.
It's an anchor for some sort of, perhaps, some sort of thing. It's enchanted in such a way that it acts as like an anchor for the magic, and perhaps acts as a dual kind of thing. On one hand, you think it might, it has two purposes. You're pretty sure that it would prevent a particular type of energy from noticing it. It wouldn't protect against all scrying.
You're just confirming my theory even more.
I'm not gonna say anything at all. Whether your theory is right or wrong, you might find out. But
I mean, right now is.
You're pretty sure that it acts as like it's not going to prevent everyone from scrying, but it will prevent a specific type of magic from scrying.
Like someone's signature.
Yes.
It's like it'll prevent this specific person from spying on her.
Or
sort of. More a group of people who use the same type of particular magic. Like, it's not necessarily going to protect against everybody using hydromancy or pyromancy, but this other particular type of magic, yes. It also acts, you're pretty sure, as an anchor for a more common enchantment, as, like, you almost think it ties to some sort of, looking at it and feeling it, it feels like some type of illusion, but not. But then you think, and you think again, and you go, oh, no, it's not an illusion, it's a spell that every mage ever learns. Every mage at Banard or every mage in general?
Every mage in general will learn it, whether they choose to use it or not.
Is it the hotness spell?
Yeah, is it glamour?
Hashtag there's glamour for that.
A spell that everyone learns.
Yeah, it's glamour.
Is it? Okay. It was either that or telepathy.
No, it's glamour.
So does Alienor look less stunning?
No.
Like she lost +3 to charisma? No, okay.
No, if you look at it, right, look at her right now, as you've spent a little, by this point you've pulled everything out. Brenna is approached and kind of started untying her and treating, binding the wounds and doing all of these things. You can start to see the slightest shift, and it's not that she looks less stunning. Her age drops by about like 5 years, 10 years almost. She actually looks more stunning.
When you say age drops, you mean she gets older or she gets younger?
No, drops. It looks like she gets younger. Like,
oh, okay.
She looks, if you perhaps look at her in the NPC doc, she looks like she's in her 30s, maybe 40 at the outside.
Well, I mean, she kind of looked like Kate Beckinsale, so she could be 60 and I wouldn't even notice.
No, Lorena Pereo is a beautiful, beautiful Latina actress who is absolutely gorgeous. But she looks like she's 30s to 40. Now she looks younger, maybe 25 to 30.
And then she speaks.
Yeah. And begins to, like, she just says, where's Javic? And starts to pass out again.
Oh, he's in his... Well, all right then.
You should check.
Yes. Do you want to remain with her?
It's like a moment of, I'm not supposed to let you be alone, but I probably shouldn't leave you unconscious. There's just a look of decision on her face.
Here's how we can do it. If I stay here, I'm not alone. Alienor never said anything about me being surrounded by unconscious people.
She never told... Brenna didn't tell you that Alienor
No, I know.
to never be alone. But yeah. She'll say,
I mean, you kind of did when you were on the journey to when you saw him in the hallway when he went to go get the Calvados, because you're like, I'm not supposed to...
No, it's
be
just
careful.
me being facetious.
Yeah, no, you kind of did, but didn't.
So yeah, can you...
I can stay here. We should actually probably bring them to the infirmary. Would you grab Yanto?
Do you want me to grab Yanto?
He's unconscious on the floor.
Yeah, no, I know, but where do you want me to put him?
There's a chair in the infirmary. He should probably wake up soon. I don't know. I need to look at him, but Alienor has some broken bones in her fingers and things. So you can... She's more fragile than Yanto right now. She'll pick up. And then we can both go to the infirmary. Check on Javic with more injured people. Yay.
I mean, it's not hard. Like, Javic's not big enough that you're going to really struggle to carry him at all. So the next question becomes, when you reach the family infirmary, the door is currently shut and seems to be locked from the inside.
Locked from the inside. That's interesting. I want to say I don't think it's going to be locked for very long, but Brenna doesn't pick locks. So I don't think that door is going to be shut for very long, I think is a better turn of phrase. Because it'll still be locked. She'll just go, Javic? He has one chance to open this door before I bust it down.
There's no answer.
All right. Gonna Alienor, then, ram in with my shoulder, so set her down. And I'm gonna try to bash through the door.
Okay. I'm gonna set Yanto down during that.
My house, I can break the doors if I want. I'm guessing that's gonna be athletics.
Yeah, it would be athletics. or physique.
Where are my rules? It's dexterity. That's why is that? Okay. I'll roll athletics. Let's just begin.
I mean, they're internal locks in bedroom doors. They're not designed to really be that grand withstanding. I mean, it's not bolted or anything, or, with latched. You kind of put your shoulder into it for 10 seconds and, you feel the lock break and you're like, oh, that'll be an extra, I'll have to pay a couple crowns to get that fixed.
But I need this door open more than
The door opens. Go ahead and roll me an awareness.
Yeah.
31.
On a roll.
That
is 3 crits in a row.
Yeah. Yanto, by about this point, you're coming around. I mean, it was only going to last about 10 minutes anyways, so this is probably about the 10-minute mark. Yeah. Lindy's on fire tonight. She's rolling all the crits. At first, you open the door. The lock is kind of bent, and the latch on the inside is, kind of hanging from the side of the door on the inside. The bed is empty. There's a chair kind of put next to the window where Alienor was sitting earlier.
Last we saw. Yeah.
And you see Javic kind of sitting negligently with his legs crossed at the ankles, leaning back in the chair, eyes closed, his hands, kind of resting on his stomach, dressed, but you've never seen him dress like this.
What are the differences?
I mean, usually he kind of dresses, slightly noble, upper class, fine doublet, fit slacks. Maybe tends towards leather trousers a little bit, both because he knows it makes his butt look good, and because it they provide a little bit of extra protection when he's working with alchemical magics.
Yeah.
But they still, it's usually like browns and reds and, a couple, but he usually has like a finer doublet and, he's got a little bit of flair, right? He tends towards this. What he's currently wearing is just simple blacks. Actually, you're pretty sure that shirt was in Florian's closet. It's a very simple kind of like black shirt. There's no doublet he's wearing. It's kind of open, laces kind of relaxed. You can kind of just see the beginnings of his chest under that black leather trousers, boots. It's not fancy. I mean, it's not like, this is the kind
quality,
of
but it's not fancy.
It's quality, but it's not fancy. And this is like what Florian would wear when he goes with Stefan falconing, right? It's not.
Yeah.
You've seen, and particularly recently with Javic here for the wedding, he's been dressed for his station as both the son of a king and a mage attending a noble wedding. He hasn't been, It's like you went from Prada and Emilio Zenga to Armani Exchange.
Yeah. And he's just chillaxing, eyes closed, and the chair that Alienor was in?
Yep. Kind
That's
of like
unsettling.
resting with his legs crossed at the ankles, kind of resting them on the windowsill.
Wearing one of Florian's
fireman's
shirts.
carried?
No, he put you
No,
down.
I put you down next to the door.
Oh, just like on the
That's
ground?
odd.
Yeah, I sat you down,
Oh, thank you.
like on the
You
against
just
the
said
wall.
drop me. You're just like, psh.
No. Sorry. No, the word I was looking for is yeeted.
Yes, you yeeted me across the room.
Yeah,
Yep,
yes.
Yep.
Doth eat well. Go over to Javic.
I poke my head in. Is he all right?
I'm finding that out, and I want to poke him with like. I'm gonna pull out my sword, but still in like the scabbard. I just pull the scabbard out and I just like poke him from a distance.
Wait, he's conscious and looking, right? He's not unconscious.
No,
he's just
his
like,
eyes
sitting
are
there?
closed,
Oh, I see. Okay.
and he hasn't reacted to
To any
y'all
vocal
To the
stimuli.
the sound or whatever.
the sound
Yelling
or you
his
breaking
name,
the door
breaking
open.
in. Yeah,
He hasn't reacted to anything at the moment.
I want to poke him with my sheath,
Okay.
my
So-
scabbard.
You poke him with that, and there's just this minute movement with his eyes still closed where he kind of just flicks his wrist and uses, as you've seen Cadeyrn, telekinesis to kind of knock the edge of your sword away.
Javic. Javic, are you sleep casting? Damn. That is thing. Is sleep casting a thing?
Is he being affected by something?
You can roll magical training.
Nah, he's fine. Javic, you lazy bum.
Okay, so
Say so.
Cadeyrn, you may have seen him dressed like this once. At that event. You know, the one where you had that fight? Where
So
he was
not
being
the
a
orgy
pretend-
one?
No, not the orgy.
Okay.
Later.
Wait, fuck.
The one where you decided he was being a pretentious asshole.
Oh fuck, when did I do that again?
Is it like 27 years ago or something? Whatever that number is.
23? No. Well,
The number is 23. Yeah.
23.
That's the number. 23. Just
no, 23 is when he jumped out a window. He'd broken up a job
Yeah.
by a period of time longer than that.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I was already so I don't have the exact date on my sheet.
Yeah, it's okay. But
What I do have
you remember this kind of attitude and outfit from
Yeah. It's what Wait, is it the outfit he wore also like the first time sort of that I met him?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's his pretentious outfit.
Yeah, it's his pretentious. I have both magical power
How-
and political power, and fuck you all. You've seen him act like that. None of the
How
others
in the hell
have
did
seen
you get dressed like this here?
I think this is Florian's shirt.
No, it's his clothes.
Oh, that's good. I'm going to put Alienor on the bed. She has broken bones. Now I scoop her up again.
Yeah. Javic still hasn't answered, and he's turned and smirked at you, Cadeyrn.
What Brenna wants to do, but she won't.
Hmm.
No profit.
Oh, I could so do that. I could burn all of my stamina to have an illusion of me slapping him across the face.
You could.
This is what I use my magic for, y'all.
Or you could just tell Brenna to try to slap him out of it, and she would totally just do it.
It's what recovery actions are for.
Would you care say a word, or did you also try to cut off your tongue to be like your brother?
My brother. Do you know what happened to Alienor?
And at that, he'll kind of roll his head to kind of, like, he had turned and was
But
smirking
his eyes
at
are
Cadeyrn.
still closed, right?
No, he had opened them to,
Oh,
like,
he's opened them
smirk-
now. Yeah,
to
okay.
smirk at Cadeyrn. I mean, when he used the telekinesis to knock the blade
Mhm.
away, Then his eyes were still closed, but now he's turned
Gotcha.
and smoked at Cadeyrn, and now he's learned and turned back to Alienor, and he's still got his, with his legs crossed at the ankles, his feet up on the windowsill. He says, "Sometimes conversations are difficult to have when one wants."
No, they're
to.
not. Sorry.
You want to share something with the class, Cadeyrn?
No, it was more Simon.
No,
and
no, it's
Dan,
okay.
And I wasn't muted.
Know that feeling.
I'll roll with it.
All right. Well, then conversations are easier to have if you, I don't know, use your words.
At that point, he'll kind of sit up and let his feet fall from the windowsill and walk over to Cadeyrn.
Oh.
And
Keep an eye on him.
You look like you're not as worse. Better would be a bit far-fetched.
you always were a lot of fun, Cadeyrn. I wonder if we'll keep having fun together.
As they say, no fear, I'm a barrel of monkeys.
But do you dance like one? And he'll reach a hand, and he is now up into your personal space, and he will reach a hand and around the back of your neck and lean in and kiss the side of your neck.
Brenna's like, is he have mental trauma? Should I smack him? Should I not smack him? Do I need to?
There is...
Oh,
You need to...
I'm not trying to, third degree burn him.
Yeah, but you need to
But,
roll the spell casting. That's the damage, but I need the spell casting.
Yeah.
hot lips.
Don't come in my bubble when I don't feel like it. Oh, also, I want to make it so that, it's uncomfortable, like it stings, but I don't want his clothes to catch on fire. Because I know it's supposed to ignite flammable material and stuff, but yeah, I just want it to hurt.
It's like one of those joy buzzers where you're like,
Maybe
shake my
it'll snap
hand.
him out. Yeah. Yeah.
Cadfan's grasp, it's kind of weird because is it? No, defense none. Because normally I superheat a metal item and it forces the person to drop it. So, well, I'm basically just superheating maybe the tip of my staff or something and just laying it on his shoulder or something.
Yeah. So you've kind of bring your staff up to kind of push him against him, and it's super heated, and you knocks a little bit, but he doesn't seem to react except to pull back and lean into your ear and go, "It's a lot nicer to see you in person than through a mirror, Cadeyrn. Are we having fun yet?"
Over Javic's shoulder, because I placed Alienor on the bed. Brenna still has her sword in the scabbard and is holding it so it's pommel side and is like, do I need to knock him out?
I will.
I didn't hear what he's saying.
I will definitely.
Probably, but it's
holy shit.
I don't know what we need to do with this guy. He's acting real weird.
Can she hear what he's saying? Can she?
She does have that Witcher hearing, I suppose.
You do have Witcher hearing. You can roll awareness to see if you can hear him.
Sure.
I mean, you're in the same room, so it's possible. Yeah, you heard him. You definitely heard him.
That's 5 in a row.
Yes. I don't know what's going to happen, and I do.
Cadeyrn will freak out. And instead of, casting the spell, as I thought I wanted to do. I mean, I figure I know who it is.
Brenna does too, because you told us about the mirror thing.
And Brenna was
Yes.
there because you saved her from the exploding mirror.
Mm-hmm.
So you
I blast him with the lightning bolt.
okay. I need you to roll spellcasting.
Yes, of course. But like, yeah, that's my first reflex is to just, eyes grow wide, and as I scream, like, get out of him. As I fumble.
But only
That's
fumbled
even
by
better.
2, so you take 2 points of damage, and the spell
Yeah.
still goes off. But
Yeah, but it's a DV 14 to dodge.
yeah, it's a DV14 to dodge. But that's the thing; it's dodge escape,
Yep.
and it's a straight line. So technically, Brenna has to roll as well.
Sure.
Um.
Oh, it broke the streak. There we go.
Unfortunately, it was on whispered rules for some reason, but it is a 13, so you will hit him.
And do 25 points of damage with a 75% chance of igniting him on fire.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. That's really funny.
I'm
The Brenna
I'm
and
so
me
very
coming
sorry,
out.
Yanto.
Sorry, we're just having a Javic, you know.
Yeah. That's
And
gonna hurt.
Yanto's come too, and it's maybe just like blearily seeing this happen. From
That's
the
gonna hurt
hallway.
a lot, actually. That's gonna hurt a shit ton. Oof. 25 points of damage and a 75% chance to ignite.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to roll it.
I'm just gonna roll the D100 on a 75, so exactly.
Yeah.
Javic is on fire
Javic is on fire.
and still lean. I need you dodge out of the way. But you don't take the damage. Yeah.
Cool. I dodge lightning.
And Javic will lean forward to Cadeyrn again and say, I'm glad you're enjoying my little experiment. I wonder how you'll feel after you realized you killed him. And then the body of Javic passes out because you've done 5 damage to all points of his body, and he's at 0 hit points.
Brenna was ready to do the knock unconscious thing.
No,
At
it's
this
3.
point-
It's 3 points of damage to each of his body. So he's at
Yeah, but then you
5
have to
hit points.
divide. Yeah, did you divide also? Like on the limbs, it's like 1.5, I guess.
Yes. Okay, so it's 6. He's at 6 HP.
Okay.
But then on the head,
But he is on fire.
but on the head,
But on the head it multiplies, so he
It's
is
by
back
3.
at 3. He's at 3. He's at 3 with the math. He's at 3 HP, on fire, on the ground.
Okay.
is that it?
If he drops to the ground, I'll assume he's not possessed.
Yeah, it would be like 21 damage total when you're on fire.
Yeah,
Can't
it's
imagine-
3 points
Can
of
I
damage, so it's 1.5,
smother
1.5.
With the
So
rug.
3 and 3 is 6.
Oh,
and
no,
then
it's
3
five
is...
5 to every body location.
Yeah, so, yeah, he's at 0 HP. He's at 0 HP and on the
Okay.
ground. But
What is
he's
that,
not...
25? Is that 25 hit points damage?
No, it's 15. It ends up being 15 points of damage. So he took 25
a
points
lot.
of damage from the lightning in the first place, and then he caught on fire, and now he's burning, and now he's at 0 HP.
Because he has to have more HP than Yanto.
No,
Well,
he only
if he hadn't
had.
been life drained for like a whole day, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
No, I actually
Yeah.
used the stats for his full HP, which is 40,
Yeah, because he has more than Yanto.
but that's still only 40 HP. So 25 to 40 is 15, and then he's on fire. He's at 0.
Yeah, I want to try to.
the
not
body
let
kind
my
of
brother
collapses.
die.
The body
Yeah.
kind of collapses in such a way that it's not like a marionette with its strings cut.
Strings cut. Yeah, cool. Emergency first aid and smother fire.
Well, the smothering of the fire you can just kind of do.
Yeah, just
And-
throw a rug and be like, don't die.
I need go ahead and roll first aid.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend a little luck.
Mhm.
Spend like 3 luck, 4 luck. We'll spend 4 luck because this could be bad. 2.
22, you've put the fire out and you can do like enough to get him stabilized.
Stabilized.
Which
Cool.
puts him back at 1 HP, which is where he's at.
Really important. As long as he's stable.
Yes, he is currently stabilized. He is no longer in a death state.
Yeah.
Yanto, you've just watched this, by the way. You've just seen.
Am I
Javic-
awake before all this? So
yes,
when did I wake up?
You woke up just before like Brenna busted the door down.
But I was dropped on the floor after she busted the door down.
No.
So I imagine I must.
No,
No.
You were
before.
on the floor.
So
Before.
I'm not actually in the room at all. So I'm outside of the room.
I mean, you can see it. You're like in the entryway, basically.
Well, because if they put me down before she opened the door,
Huh?
that means I probably didn't see any of this because I wouldn't be facing inside, right?
Or you'd be across the hall, probably.
No, it
facing-
would have been.
Yeah.
Next.
Oh,
to the door.
next to the door?
In my mind, it was
Yeah.
next to the
Yeah,
door.
yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
so I would not have seen it.
You just hear. Don't die.
Yeah,
Doctor.
crack a crow, and then
Yeah,
it
it's
smells
just
like
like-
bacon.
Well, no, but here's the thing. You would have seen Cadeyrn, everything from Cadeyrn because he's standing just inside the door.
But I'm outside in the hallway against the wall where the door is. So I can't even see inside the room.
Okay. Well, you
Yeah.
heard a bunch of it,
You-
but
There's some lightning sounds and bacon smells, and
questioning
Brenna makes
about
a noise of, oh god.
about Javic making weird comments.
Yeah, but yeah. So I have no idea what's going on. I just hear some like sounds of
Something about Alienor broken bones before bacon smell. Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
thunder and lightning.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
I just go,
You
I'll
are now
probably like fall over onto the ground and just sort of like scooch so that I can put my head over because I don't feel like I'm particularly walking right now.
First aid.
You definitely see Javic on the ground burning. Well, burnt. At this point, he's kind of smothered.
You probably come in when Brenna's doing the first aid.
And what is Cadeyrn doing?
Probably being shaken
Mhm.
and babbling incoherently right now.
I don't think that Yanto is particularly useful in his state, but what I think he would try to do, because it looks like there was some sort of intruder, because he knows there was a trap earlier, he's at a different spot, so clear there's some sort of bad guys. He was not able to see them before, whichever bad guys were in that room. He will try to see if he can see any bad guys here, although he's going to assume they must have already escaped.
You can use practice paranoia or awareness, your choice on which one you use.
Practice paranoia only counts if there is a trap in the area, and that's like an auto. So, GM, are you telling me that I need to roll practice paranoia?
I'm saying you can use either. It's your choice.
Then I will use awareness, because practice paranoia is an auto thing. 6, nothing. I
Yeah,
don't see
but
anything.
I'm not saying. But that's the thing is like it can be traps or people hiding in ambush. So
Right, but practice paranoia is not a choice on my part. It's an automatically done.
it's me telling you to take it. But I'm
Okay.
also saying that you might get more information if you use awareness versus practice paranoia. But both would be viable in this situation. When I tell you that
fumbled.
both are viable, I'm telling you that both are viable.
Yeah. I rolled awareness and I fumble.
You can't really see a whole lot. There's a lot going on in the room. Enjoy all of your fun times.
So I don't see anything, and I sort of figure they've taken care of it, and so I just sort of, sort of prop myself back up on the wall in the hallway, right, so that I don't have to see what's going on in there. Well, they're gonna deal with the aftermath of whatever it was, right? And I'll wait for them to finish.
Once Javic's stabilized, I'm gonna look up at Cadeyrn. He doesn't reach, put a hand on him, like she's kneeling on the ground. It's probably just like, coat or pants leg or something. Are you alright? Like, do I need to do anything about you? Is what the look on her face.
That was him.
Yeah. But I didn't know possession was a thing. They just could do.
I
Javic
didn't know that either.
stable.
Yeah. God, I almost killed him.
Yeah. It's very close. But he's alive, so maybe he won't remember you zapped him with lightning because he was possessed. We can tell him Ardzo. That's the guy who did it. The guy who made the lightning.
Yeah, that was him.
Are you alright?
Well,
Look,
obviously no.
is there anything I can do?
Yeah, we find him and we kill him.
All right,
Again.
but we're not doing it at this moment, so let me. I think she threw the rug over Javic to stop the burning. I think she just scoops him up like he's like a little Javic burrito in a rug right now, and puts him on the bed next to Alienor. We need to get a doctor in here for both of them. Is there a bell system in the castle, like to?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Yeah.
Some sort of bell system.
She's gonna do that, so that way she doesn't have to leave to find somebody. Somebody can come to her.
Particularly in these quarters, I would assume bells are kind of a standard.
Just ring the bell. Cadeyrn, perhaps you should sit down. I'm gonna check on Yanto. The chair Javic was sitting in, and go into the hallway.
When you come out, Yanto looks up at you and sort of gives you like a questioning look, like a.
So, Alienor was given a bit of light torture, as there was a note pinned to her body. She has some finger bones broken. She came to very briefly and asked about where Javic was. That's very interesting. So we came to check on Javic. Brought you two with us. He was possessed by that wizard who was in the reflection of the mirror. And Cadeyrn had a bit of a reaction to this and may have shot Javic with a little lightning and set him on fire. But he's fine now. He's not dead. He was only almost dead, and everyone is going to live. Would you like to come in and sit down? Or calling a doctor to attend to them. You just want to sit in the hallway instead? All right. But at least sit where I can see you from inside of the room, because I'm keeping eyes on everyone right now.
He sort of scooches, right? Scooches to the other side of the hallway and sort of angles himself so he doesn't have to look into the room.
Yeah.
But he
But
can
Brenna
be
can only
seen.
see you. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like, that's all she cares about right now is keeping eyes on people. The doors are not gonna shut right now particularly well anyways, so yeah.
And he's tempted to look in, but he saw enough in that sort of big chaos, so he doesn't look in again.
Cadeyrn, what are you doing?
Standing in place right now. Yep. Standing in place.
In contrast, Brenna's doing some pacing. Like, window, people in bed, Yanto, Cadeyrn, doorway, window, just doing her little route. Rings the bell again on like the third time she crosses the thing just to make a point.
It's just as you ring the bell again that Muriel appears in the doorway. And you realize that, you know, she did actually move at best speed, but
Best speed. But it's just Brenna's just a little stressed right now. Just a wee bit of stress is all. Muriel, thank you for coming so quickly. We required the doctor, at least one of them, immediately. Tell them it's for burns and torture.
there's this momentary
Torture,
look of
to fix torture.
there's this momentary look of concern, and then you clarify, and it's now
Broken
concern.
bones and burns. Yeah.
Oh, hey.
I
Just,
think we're about to
just
get a
as we
doctor.
ringing,
Just
yeah,
about
just
to get
as
a
we're
doctor.
ringing the bell.
So what we're gonna do is, as Muriel goes off to fetch the doctor, and Yanto and everyone is, you know, hanging out, trying to figure out what's going on, we're gonna take a brief break as we bring in our doctor. So we'll see you in about 3 minutes, everybody. Give us a check. Bye-bye. And we have a Billy.
Yay.
Hello.
We have a healer, which is convenient because we sent out a call for one.
Yep. So Muriel has gone, and we'll kind of like fast forward for Muriel bringing Ardzo, because Ardzo had gone after Yanto, but instead ended up getting pulled into another room where there was like a minor need for a doctor dealing with what ended up being a couple panic attacks from some of the guests. Nothing that was very difficult for you to deal with, Ardzo, more just like a little bit of hand-holding for some of the older guests who are like, yeah, I get that you're upset, but... And then Muriel has come and escorted you back upstairs to the family infirmary, because as she says, there was some fire burns and she'll lean in to whisper in your ear, light torture concerns. And then she'll, like, gesture you into the room where you see
Outside
Yanto,
of the room.
Outside the room, Yanto is
hallway.
leaning against the hallway wall across from the door, so he's in the door frame and can be seen.
The big shiner.
Big shiner on his face, because you don't know why yet, but interesting things have happened.
Yeah.
On the bed is currently Alienor, unconscious.
Put it nicely. And
Yeah.
then Javic rolled up in a rug.
And Cadeyrn has kind of like been shoved into the chair that Alienor was sitting in, looking out the window.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And Brenna has been pacing the room.
Pacing, yeah.
so before I see anybody, will I know that they're in there, or do I just know the injuries?
Muriel would tell you who's in there, but
Okay.
maybe not where they are in the room. So when you walk in, like the door is open when you approach it. It's
Yeah. It's
Mhm.
really, really open.
So I walk in, and, let me tell you, the last couple of hours I have had... Fuck. Would anyone care to explain what is going on here?
So Javic has taken some lightning to the everywhere, which resulted in then fire to the everywhere. And Alienor, well, I will need her to be conscious to tell us exactly what happened to her possibly, but she has a stab wound in the shoulder here, and she has some broken, and I'll point out all the injuries that I noticed when I rolled my crit first aid check on her.
I was gone for 3... Who is doing this shit?
That is an excellent question, and I believe we have a couple of clues, but perhaps there are more people involved.
All right, which one is the most critical?
Javic.
Is
I
he
managed
the
to
one in the
make. He's not. Yeah, he's that. I know you can't even recognize him right now. It's just very bad. I managed to make sure he didn't die, but it's been a couple of minutes, and I'm concerned.
Why is he in the rug?
I needed something to smother the fire.
Okay, well, can you...
Yeah,
let us unroll
on
him.
rug. Yeah.
Oh my god. This is not good.
No.
Give me a second here. Can
I mean, his legs aren't that bad because they were in tight leather pants, but
It's true. Everything else is just awful.
Please
The
tell me
efforts
how he
everything,
got
yeah.
shot by lightning, as I am attempting
I just like catch your eyes and then eyeball look at Cadeyrn, who's sitting traumatized in a chair at the moment.
Weren't they dating?
A very long time ago, not recently. Javic was possessed by a different wizard.
This whole time?
No, just recently.
Let's get started.
Necromancer wizard.
First,
who
I'm gonna
may want us all dead.
give him a once over to see if there's anything I had missed in addition to the lightning strike that I can't account for with what I've been told. So checking vitals, checking for any stab wounds that,
Vitals, 1 HP.
anything that would have been conveniently left out.
rolled that diagnose.
I should probably allocate improvement points at some point from last season.
What?
What? 20.
No, all of the physical injuries that you can obviously see are all very much are very obviously lightning. You see the radiating mark of where the lightning basically struck him in the middle of his chest, and then the everything else is burns. There's no other physical damage. Well, he's also unconscious, but probably due to, almost dying.
Almost dying. Yeah.
Not know a lot about lightning strikes in particular, but I can definitely treat the burns as to any additional damage that may have happened to his vision, his brain, his body. We will see. But here we go.
The burns is a good start. Yeah. Just remember to use the right salve.
Yes, I'm gonna use my my Carolina Reaper boner salve.
And it just says this because, she had an incident recently where you put the wrong...
If you like spicy erections, are you gonna love this one? I'm gonna can I healing hands?
Yep, and you get the bonus from diagnose.
Which is
+2, I believe. Hold please.
It's either 2 or 3.
Diagnose. +2.
Okay. Hey, 26. I'll take it.
Yep. You can begin treating the burns. He will get, I forget how many hit points for healing hands, plus it's 2 + 2. Like it's like, so I think he's sitting at like 5 now. He's a little rough, but
yeah. It's
Does anyone know how these possessions work? If he wakes up, will he still be possessed, or is that?
I'd like to think the answer is no, but I don't know.
You want to, in case he wakes up,
roll him back
stand
up in the rug? Oh, yeah, I can stand here. Yeah.
and with your sword through his throat in case he tries anything funny.
I'll leave it scabbard. I don't want to actually kill Javic.
I mean, you probably won't unless you shove it in there. But when he wakes up, it might be good to know that, hey, shit has been weird.
There. It's an Alienor.
And she's got the stab wound, correct?
And broken fingers.
There's a stab wound in her. There's a wound that Brenna will tell you is a stab wound, but also that it's very obvious that it's been stabilized. Her hand, she's got a big shiner on her, the bruise on her temple. She's unconscious.
And she looks younger and prettier than ever.
Yeah, she does. Roll me. You can roll diagnose on her if you wish. As you do so, Ardzo, you will notice she looks younger, like 10 to 15 years younger, right? Much, and somehow even more beautiful than she usually does. You also notice that the breaks in her hands were definitely intentional. There were defensive wounds and a number of things that look like somebody just tried to beat the crap out of her in her torso. Not a lot of damage to her face, but a lot of damage to like her torso. And go ahead and roll me awareness. And you'll get a +2 because of the diagnose that you rolled, but this is just something else. As you are working through with, like, her hands, you notice that she has something gripped in one of her hands, as if she grabbed it and didn't let it go.
Still like death grip.
Yeah, kind of. And which has to hurt like fuck because her hand is... A lot of the fingers in her hand are broken. A lot of the bones in her hand are broken. And you also will notice that there's... It's almost like it's very slowly appearing now. There's just the slightest hint of a point to her ears.
This is some shit.
Right? I can't believe someone would break the bones in her hands and stab her with a note.
Okay, well, my brain is telling me a couple of things, but I will heal and talk at the same time. So I'll healing hands.
Let me know if you need any help.
Do you want me to do like a separate roll? Because I want to see if I could loosen up the grip on the thing that she's holding. I want to tend to the stab wounds, and I want to make sure everything in her torso area can be functional later.
So I'm going to have you do 2 separate healing hands rolls. One for the stab wound in her torso, but this other one is to open her hand without causing damage. Further damage from the breaks.
Oh, I used the wrong skill last time, but it was less, and I still rolled high, so I'm gonna keep it. All right. This is the first one for the stab wound because her vitality is more important than me discovering what that item is. 20. And does the diagnose bonus apply to
All of the
Okay.
diagnose bonus will work for all the healing hands rolls that you roll.
and 22 for the first?
So the stab wound, you'll notice as you like kind of like peel the makeshift bandage that Brenna had put on there, is in her shoulder, but it's whoever did this had almost a clinical understanding of humanoid anatomy. It went through, and it's long and thin, but it's not like a bladed object, but it's a single point object, and it went through in just the right place, so it didn't hit any arteries or veins. It didn't hit the bone, but it went right through the sides of the joint into her shoulder, and it went deep, like a couple inches.
Does she feel cold to him?
A little, but not.
Not like she used to be.
No.
Interesting. So it seems as though this was a very precise and targeted attack. This stab wound was not made by an ordinary tool. It had a very specific purpose. I would be surprised if she were...
So there was a message attached to it. Cadeyrn retrieved it.
What did the message say?
Did Cadeyrn? I don't think Cadeyrn shared that yet.
Well, no, but let me see if Cadeyrn, like... I don't know how long
We might
he
need to give
would-
him a couple minutes.
Yeah,
I mean,
I know
we
what
did
I'll do.
10 to Javic already, so that's been a few minutes.
I'll do what I did earlier. If I beat a 15. Okay.
yeah, 15.
So, yeah, he would...
It's a message that we pulled from Alienor. What did it say?
Oh, the same thing as the one from Bionto's letter.
Oh, the way has been opened in the something something star something.
Star will rise again, blah, blah, blah. Your
Your
friend B.
Yeah.
You can
Wish
hear
people would
Yanto
need
grunt
more-
from outside.
More direct with their lettering, because I am sick and tired of all of this theatrical nonsense.
It is very theatrical. You're not wrong.
Someone with too much time on their hands, for sure. Let me 1 moment. Can I roll the hands? Opening of the hands without damaging?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yanto tries to get Cadeyrn's eye.
Just the one?
27. Yes, you can actually open it without breaking. Well, what you basically are doing is you do it in such a way that it will benefit because you have to realign the breaks in her hand
Oh, the same way.
anyways. So as you're doing so, you'll maneuver it so it'll be actually to the benefit of eventually healing her hands. And you feel this object drop into your hand. You know immediately what it is, Ardzo. It's a leaden ring. Which you know is given to non-dwarves to allow them to enter and remain in Mahakam.
Her profession that is predictable. She was afraid, and is someone versed in magic. What? So okay. So breaking it down, a precise strike to the shoulder, targeted attacks to the hands. And the torso, it just looks like malevolent beating.
But in a way that's... No, Ardzo, you were involved with certain criminal enterprises. No, it's to inflict pain, but not to cause necessarily permanent damage to the internal organs. But avoiding the arms and face. With a 12, yes, you can... Somebody was trying to interrogate her.
Yeah. I have been around some artistic circles, and I would believe whoever had done this would have been in the same artistic circle. With respect to the profession, to leave the face unharmed.
That is interesting.
A targeted attack that meant her... There is still a use for her from whoever attacked her. If they wanted wanton destruction and just to end
As
her
they could
life,
have
they
easily
would have
done
done
it.
that. And
Yeah.
they could have marred her face in the process. Unless I am missing something, can I take my thumb out and like rub it against her face to see if makeup comes off, or see why does she look younger? Why,
No, as you do so, it just... it feels slightly cold to the touch, but it's not anything abnormal. It's within, like, humanoid norms of temperature. Nothing like others have... No, you don't know anything about her being that cold. You've never actually... She never touched you, and it was only...
Yeah, Brenna and Alienor. Or Brenna and Ardzo don't know.
Yeah, Brenna and Ardzo don't know. It's only Cadeyrn and, Yanto who have ever experienced that. So she feels like within slightly chilled, but that might be just, because of trauma and shock a little bit. She is unconscious. There's nothing, as you kind of rub on her face, nothing changes. The only bruise on her face is the one on the side of her temple, which, as you kind of look at it and you can tell, that was also surgical.
mm-hmm.
Yanto told Brenna about her being cold.
Okay, that's all right.
Oh.
So Brenna would know about that, and she would and having carried her here and
And it
stuff,
was
she
sort
would
of like-
realize
'cause,
she's not as cold.
Because if I remember correctly, Yanto was like, "Hey, I don't really want to tell you this, but I should just probably let you know.
Yes, you mentioned it when you discovered that Cadeyrn was cold to the touch.
Yes,
That's
yeah.
right. That's right.
That's right.
And
So Brenna would know she's not as cold, possibly, as she used to be.
yeah.
Because it's just okay, cool.
Yeah, because you carried her, yes?
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
But
You don't know how cold she was, but I did say that she was
Really
unnaturally cold. Yeah.
Unnaturally cold.
But
And this isn't normal.
This is just normal. And Ardzo, you would also know that again with that you looking at that bruise on her temple, that's another kind of surgical strike that they knocked her unconscious, right? And it's good enough because you can know that a blow to the temple, if it isn't controlled in that manner, can kill someone right out. So they intended to knock her unconscious. They didn't intend to kill her.
Interesting developments here.
Right.
And that does not even come close. I saw it could be my eyes playing tricks on me because of the day that I had. But it seemed for a moment there her ears turned into a point. I don't know if anyone else had noticed.
News to Brenna. She goes and looks at her ears.
They are slightly pointed.
But not as much as an elf would be.
Almost as if something is fading and they're becoming more so. But it's
Interesting.
slower.
How good of friends were you two?
I considered her my closest friend aside from, Gavril.
The type of relationship you had, or there are things that are pivotal to your being that you have withheld from her? That would justify her
I don't
doing
really
the
have
same?
any of those things. Granted, there's a couple of things I didn't tell her, but she a lot more things than I do with politics and the like. So I'm sure there's plenty of things she hasn't told me, but
And perhaps are you roughly the same age? I mean, I know it's rude of me to ask, but the performer is asleep, so.
I don't know how old she is. I don't think we've ever talked about that. Yeah.
You've never talked about that, but she has never appeared to age in the 20 years you've known her.
But she's never aged as long as I've known her, which is about 20 years.
Does she appear younger to you now?
Yes, that is interesting. I assumed she maybe just had some elf in her, like quarter elf or something, and that is what made her look more useful, but now I guess that is something else entirely.
Perhaps a trick or a condition I have met in my travel days is that of a Benjamin Button.
What?
It's someone I met along the way. We talked. We had shared a couple of sentences, and then we were off on our way.
Well, all right then.
Or maybe just magic, some sort of a spell keeping her looking this special way for this particular reason.
Perhaps.
That would wear off over time. I don't know. I am not the magician.
Yanto is
I'm
still
not
trying to
either.
get Cadeyrn's eye, and I think he's still failing to do so.
No,
But
you
just-
did. You got Cadeyrn's.
You got his eye. Yeah.
Cadeyrn rolled a 23 awareness and said
And
you got...
he said, "You have my attention, Yanto."
Oh, because he was gesturing for him to come over where he was.
Yeah, Cadeyrn will be coming over in a second. We'll cut
didn't
to
know
you
if he
two in a
actually saw.
second.
So
Yep. What?
it
Yanto wanted to
seems-
talk to me. Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's all good. It seems there's more to meet than we are aware of with Alienor, to say the least.
That's
But
true. Could
she's
you? Doing all right, so yes, she's not. I
she
mean, her
should-
hands are broken. But she should recover. Just fine.
She should recover. I don't know how much mobility she will have out of her arms. For a
Right.
while, I don't know the severity of the damage because we cannot test it. And once she awakens, she will probably be in a severe
Lot of
amount
pain.
of pain.
Right, but could you monitor everyone here? And like her eyes just moved to like the two people on the bed and then the other two. I would like to check on the room again where this took place now that we are not under duress of people needing immediate medical attention.
Yeah, so who next?
Just keep an eye on everyone here.
Don't
Should
we
anyone
just
else
shut
get
the door?
possessed? The door is not going to. I broke it to get in here. It was locked.
Ardzo looks around for like a Shea lounge or a sofa or
It's
something.
just, and Yanto doesn't want to come in here, so he's just hanging out in the doorway. Just make sure no one gets possessed, or if they do, yell out for me or
Yanto is
something.
outside, but we're all in here.
Yeah, it's being weird. Fine. He fell unconscious when we went to get Alienor. So just yell if anything happens, please. I'll be right back.
Go outside and not be in here, or do you want me to stay in here and look after the people that are in here?
And see everyone from inside of this room. Just make sure no one runs off anywhere. You just yell for me. I'll be across the hallway. Literally right 2 doors down. I want to check on the boys. Make sure nothing has happened to them as well.
And who do you mean by the boys?
Florian and Lawrence.
They're adults. They can handle themselves. I have had a day too, okay?
Yeah, we've all had a day, and I want to make sure that no one else is possessed or unconscious or tied to chairs and having been interrogated.
Okay, can you roll Javic back up in the carpet, please?
I will roll you right back into the carpet. Yeah, I'll roll Javic back in the rug, and then go check on the boys in the office.
So, as Brenna leaves, Cadeyrn has kind of drifted over to Yanto.
Was sitting down with a big shiner on the wall in the hallway opposite the doorway. And when Cadeyrn comes over, he goes, he gestures for you to come closer. I assume I saw where he put the letter that I gave him. Because I don't think you were hiding where you put it.
No.
So he will reach, I suppose, towards your inner pocket or where you placed it, sort of grab the letter that he wrote you.
So you'll see, normally, Cadeyrn has... Wait, we did get equipped before we left to find you in the forest, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he would have both a bandolier across his chest and a belt pouch. And the belt pouch is where he put the letter.
And so I think that Yanto would sort of tap the belt pouch and point to it.
You want something in there? I mean, now is hardly the time for perfume. And he just detaches the pouch from his belt and just holds it to Yanto.
And Yanto quickly takes the pouch, opens it up, pulls out the letter that he wrote, hands you back the pouch, opens up the letter, goes to the last page, and points to the message, the transcription of the message that he had, and he points it to you. And he points at it. And he points inside to gesturing where Alienor is. And he just holds up the transcription he had.
It takes a moment for Cadeyrn to get his bearing back properly. But I think, for someone with 10 in intelligence, He would like light up and say, the newest letter is not the same as the old one. And he'll get like Alienor's letter, and there seems to be a certain temporality to it. The star has fallen, but the star will rise again. You know, star has fallen sort of indicates that, you know, it just happened, or it's the last event that happened by the time the letter was written. And then some time passed, and there's like this hope of the star coming back. That, or whoever or whatever the star is, it probably is now, I don't know, viable to them. There's just so many things going on.
And he sort of points to the other letter. He goes in and he reaches into his pouch and he pulls out his original letter, and he sort of points that way back towards Alienor.
Yeah, what?
And he hands you his original letter. And he sort of just kind of outlines the letters on his and points to the letters themselves, and then points, because he doesn't actually know where that other letter is. He's just heard you talk about it.
Oh, bell pouch, get the other letter.
And then he sort of faces both letters towards you to look at.
Are they written in the same ink?
No.
Are they written in the same handwriting?
Yes. You don't even need to roll a deduction for that.
Okay, because it's like...
Ink on the second letter does match something else you've seen recently.
Gold and black?
Yes.
Again, with that gold and black ink.
And then he just points to the B with sort of like a questioning look.
Would, by any chance, would I know if Alzor's ever used a pseudonym?
That would be an
Balzor.
education.
No, I think Alzor is actually like his real name because his parents didn't like him.
Oh.
18.
No. Alzor, as far as you know, has only ever operated under his own name. But he's a high-level, very powerful mage. There's a certain level of, like... brand recognition, for lack of a better term. You know, once you've become Cher, you don't ever use anything else because...
Your Cher.
You're Cher. You're Alzor. You want everyone to know that you are Alzor. Everything that you do is as Alzor. However, you can think of something else. You can remember that he had a friend. Who started with a B. Someone who's known for working with him on his little experiments with Witchers.
Give me a moment. I need to check the wiki, because that's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
No, it's not him.
No, it's...
Wait.
Old
Wait.
man?
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Wait. No. Wait. Why? What page, please? I know I found it. I mean, No, I only have. I have one that starts with a C, an A, and an I. The other that I'm gonna type them.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, you know that name. That's the right name.
It's the right name. Okay, okay.
That is the right name, but remember, he technically is also a mage. He's there are rumors that he was also a mage, I should put it that way. Yes.
Okay, so this person. Huh. I might have an idea who it is. That B.
Oh.
But we are very far away from where that person went. No, wait. Let me just... Which year are we again?
1050.
1050? Okay.
Yeah, and
just
you're
wanna
Matina.
check. Yeah, no, that's okay. But that place never moved, so...
Oh no, that place is still exactly where it was. It's still there, by the way.
Okay. But it was like more brand new?
Yeah. It's still in the same location, but it's not called that. The country
Yeah,
isn't
no,
called that.
of course. No, it hasn't been made. So sorry, chat. Lots of like secret lore, but Cadeyrn will say this this person, they fled north.
How far north?
Look, I haven't kept up with whatever quarrel happened in the order, and I point to Brenna.
Fair.
But Alzor had a partner, someone who almost was one of the templates for Witchers. And last I heard, after the schism, he left Morgrave for the north.
I would assume if you are not a mage, you don't know about what any of these things are. I imagine non-mages don't know about a schism.
Well, no, Brenna would because it's the schism
It's
of
the
the Witchers.
Witcher, the schism,
Oh, yeah,
Witcher
yeah.
schism, not the mage.
And
not a
so
mage
you
schism.
may have heard enough about it, of the separation
Yeah,
of the
I was
order
gonna
into
say.
separate schools.
Yeah, because I mean there are like hundreds of Witchers at this time.
There's a lot of Witchers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a shit ton.
Mm-hmm.
And Yanto gestures to Brenna.
I don't have a beard. And there's just you see, she was very stressed, but there's just the slightest, just the hintest upturn of one corner of her mouth. What is it? It's not a beard. What is it? A beak. Going. I'm terrible at charades. Actually, no, Brenna's not here at this moment. That's right. forgot.
She's
This could
across
have
the
been.
hallway, right?
Yeah, she's probably in the hallway at this point, though. You could have caught her.
And he sort of sighs because he'd done this gesture for you earlier when they were outside, and he's like,
Not the Brooksa. It's not. I don't sleep. Curse. Javic? Javic doesn't have a beard. People who have beards. Ardzo has a beard.
he points to the letter and the B.
Oh, Baldwin! Right. Sorry. You need to make the beard more attractive. Anyways,
Actually, I say he left for the north. It's not the north that he would have said. He would have said east.
east. Ooh, Arthur's like.
Because it was pretty much in the north already.
No.
And so, like, you know, when she says Baldwin, he looks to Cadeyrn.
Don't think it's Baldwin. I don't.
The person I'm referring to is a man by the name of Barman.
Does that name ring any bells for Brenna? Yeah.
Yeah, you would know. He led a bunch of your fellow members of the Order off to the other side of the mountains from Redania into what will eventually be called Kedwin, and, you know, goes to this place called Kaer Morgan.
Okay. Yeah.
And he and a bunch of people call themselves wolves.
Weird. Crazy. Yeah, those wolf witchers. I'm very familiar with that name. I haven't met the person, but
Yanto looks like question mark on the face.
He took a bunch of witches during the schism when the witches divided into a bunch of schools, and they were calling themselves wolf witches, and they went past the east, past Redania, the mountains there. The hand sign. I'm not a wolf. You had a hand in. Yeah, and she just grabs some paper and a pencil and just slaps it down.
Because he's in the hallway, he doesn't have a paper or
Yeah.
pencil. And he writes down wolves and he underlines it multiple times.
Oh. Yes, from because I took that hand for a while. Yeah, I forgot about that for a moment. I suppose they could be related. She's friends with this Alzor.
Fake gang wolves.
I put it once you said wolves like that. I was able to put it together.
Then he points to himself and he taps the word wolves.
Your gang is called the Wolves.
By the way, Ardzo, you can hear this conversation because they're having it in the doorway, effectively.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of puzzle are you guys solving?
That it's a mage that possessed Javic and was in a mirror before, after Philibert died, has a friend by the name of B, who this person could possibly be, was one of the mages who helped create witches, the alchemical process for that, and took some witches and formed their own little thing as they were calling themselves wolves.
Like a new school?
Most likely, that's what we all assumed.
Yanto human percepts Cadeyrn because there was some discussion of being a bit weird in the room. How's he doing? Not to see if you're lying, just to see how you're doing.
Not good. Like, he needs right now you can see that he needs all of his will to just stay focused on one thing. Like his brain is going, 60 miles an hour, but not on anything specifically.
As this conversation, as Brenna is relaying the information to Ardzo, Yanto sort of tugs at Cadeyrn's sleeve, sort of tugs downward, as if to get him to sit. And he just kind of taps the floor next to him. As they both sort of sit on the floor. And he just sort of like pats your shoulder comfortingly, like pat your shoulder comfortingly as this conversation is happening.
I thought you were going to stab me or something.
And you can see him bristle at that.
No, Yanto is not much of one for the stabbing. And I'll go check on the boys at this point.
I did just immolate your ex-lover. Well, I mean, it wasn't really him, but then it was. But then I don't know if it ever was. For all I know, Javic may have never existed. Or existed for a while, at least. You're muted.
Yanta's listening and sort of like taking this in and thinking about it with a furrowed brow, just sort of sitting close to Cadeyrn against, side by side against the wall, not touching him, but like close. When you sit next to somebody, right? And so you only have like a couple of inches between you, so you can kind of sense each other's presence. That's just sort of where he's at. Just kind of being there.
One of the things, like saying this, one of the things that goes through Cadeyrn's mind is, I know it's silly, but have I ever seen Alzor and Javic in the same room at the same time?
You can roll me deduction.
Batman? Bruce Wayne? Is that you?
23.
Mm-hmm.
Briefly, because remember, Alzor leaves Bernard probably just about the time that Javic has started his education.
Yeah, I got into Bernard at
well, I mean, you were at Bernard before Javic gets there, so
yeah, like 68 years ago.
Yeah, you saw Alzor a number of times at Bernard before Javic got there. Then,
yeah, but what I mean is once Javic,
you saw him and then Javic appears, starts his education as a child, and he's there for a couple years. You see.
Yeah, I should have been more precise. Adult Javic. Because here's Cadeyrn's theory. Mm-hmm. At some point, Alzor being kicked out of Bernard still required the resources that the school had, and thus
maybe info
murdered Javic, the real Javic, and took his place, or used his body as like a
with a 23
without necessarily killing him.
With the 23, what I will tell you is you're pretty sure that's not what happened. What does come to mind is the very, very fast deterioration of Javic from the sleep curse. Because that energy had to go somewhere, right? It was being drained and being sent somewhere. So he was, and that's what you remember is Javic couldn't stand up from the bed when you left the room an hour ago. Maybe an hour and a half by this point. And you negligently put him back in bed a couple times with your own telekinesis.
Mm-hmm.
But when you came back, he's standing upright. He doesn't look unwell at all.
Yeah.
So what you're more likely to think of is that there was something that happened in that spell that allowed Alzor to basically follow a connection, perhaps.
Yeah, so anyone who has fallen under the spell, this curse or whatnot, could potentially be used by Alzor in the future.
Perhaps. Definitely those who had significant energy drain that was going somewhere. It might depend on how long it was that they were on tied to the spell.
There's a lot of things that I need to think about. And I am in no shape to do that right now.
And Yanto writes a little thing, and on this note that he has that he sent to that he'd been using with Brenna, and it just says, "What kind of range do these spells have?"
Some magic has no limit. Provided I have seen a place, I can go anywhere in the world. And with some spells, you don't even need to know where they're going.
And he sort of hands you this note that he has, and it has this sort of a five, like a, is that a
Pentagram?
It's not like the star, but it's basically like a pentagon, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
Right, with the 5 points and little circles around each one, and it says, in Kagan, they were drawing energy somewhere. Here, energy somewhere. Can they, how far can the energy travel? Question mark. Do you have to be close?
Cadeyrn, oh no, Alienor. Yeah, Alienor's in the bed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay,
he comes back and he takes it before you can answer, and he writes one more thing. He's like, are they next door or in the village? Are they here?
No, I don't think so. And you'll get back up before shuffling to the bed. And just before he crashes face first into the mattress, he'll say to Yanto, "When I wake up, remind me about ley lines and places of power."
And Cadeyrn is going to take a nap. Ardzo, you watch as Cadeyrn walks over to the bed, which is actually a very large bed at this point, that has Javic, Alienor, and just kind of crashes face into the bed with Javic and Alienor.
That is probably a good thing, right? He needs the rest. He's not crashing for any other reason, right? That I should be aware of.
And I think what you have is, in the room, there are only unconscious people. You have Yanto in the hallway, sitting against the wall, and Brenna's probably down the hallway some. So you're speaking to basically Yanto, who's outside of the room.
I mean, you could come into the room and talk. But you could come into the room, though. That is the first part. We could communicate. I have to look after all of these people. That puts me in quite a jar of pickles. What I got from that is I am the coolest.
And he just sort of points again at the bed with all of the unconscious people. And he just...
You want me to kill them? I cannot. I have to look after all of these people, but, it seems like you have something you want to say to me, and you could just come into here and say it.
And he just sort of like, he kind of just like sits and lets you do your thing.
Yanto, I know losing the ability to speak for sake of letting some things recover cannot necessarily feel good, but in some ways, when we lose one thing, our bodies compensate and makes everything else stronger. Would you agree? So let us put ourselves in a scenario. Okay, you tell me what you would do. You are getting chased by a bear. That is not a pleasant experience. Nobody enjoys getting chased by a bear. And you twist your ankle on a root, and it hurts really bad, and you don't think you can use it. Do you get up and continue to find a way to get away from the bear, or do you just let the bear have its way with you? I meant like eat your body. No,
And he holds up a piece of paper outside in the hallway.
Do you want me to read that piece of paper? Okay, let me. I'll approach, try to see what's on the paper.
It says, in all of those situations, I have been caught.
Right. But in this situation, which I made up right now and is no way connected to any other situation, I didn't even finish the thought. Why are you writing something down? So let's say your instinct kicks in, okay? So you fall and you twist your ankle and you are still driven by instinct and you get up and you start to run. And you cannot use the ankle as well, but your body will find a way to get you away from the bear as best it can, whether you think to climb a tree, to continue to run, right? You just put more stress and tax on the other parts, and it does its best to find a way. Would you agree?
That's not how it works. I would be caught by the bear and eaten. I can't outrun a bear.
Okay, well, in this scenario, in this story which I am telling, I'm controlling the narrative because I said so. And in this scenario, you twist your ankle and you get back up. And your instinct, something that you cannot control, is telling you to run, regardless of whether or not the bear catches you. You find a way around the twisted ankle to move. That is what the body does. It does not need your permission to do so. Do you catch my meaning?
Losing a leg doesn't make you a better juggler. You just have no leg.
I did not say that your leg was lost. I said that you twisted your... Okay, this is getting... Because you have lost the ability to temporarily speak, I have noticed some things that have heightened inside of you. You will either acknowledge my observation or you will be wrong.
So what have you observed?
I think that is something for you to discover. If you have not yet noticed it, I would hate to rob you of that joy.
She does not seem to know what that even means, and sort of just points back to the room where your patients are.
They seem to be doing okay, as far as I can tell. Or how are you?
He just points to the big shiner on his face.
Who did that one? Brenna?
Looks around and he sort of taps the wall next to him. And he just kind of like sort of makes a gesture where he hits his head on the wall.
Did the monster throw you into the wall?
He just sort of goes.
I am struggling to grasp what had happened. You made the monstrous motion, yes?
I just fell unconscious. I can't walk even, so it says.
Okay. Well, do you want to hit one of these unconscious people? Would that make you feel better? Ah, so you are a good person. Because I feel like some people would do that.
There are many ways to be a bad person.
You are not wrong, but in this way, you are not taking advantage of an opportunity to make yourself feel good at someone else's expense.
Stealing candy from babies is too easy.
But it doesn't make the candy any less good.
Yes, it does. He writes back with an exclamation point.
When the candy is made, all 20 pieces are made the same.
It's not the candy, it's the challenge.
But you cannot taste the challenge. You taste the candy.
I taste the challenge.
What is your challenge now?
And there was like some stuff that was crossed out, and then some more stuff that was crossed out, little small snippets, and it just says, I'm done. It's over.
Ultimately, that is your choice to make, but I don't see it. I don't see that you are done. You still talk about the challenge. You would not rob a child of the candy. You would not harm these unconscious people who may or may not be good people. Right? I may not be making sense. I have had a day, but I see that it is not done. And when you say those words that you are done, to me it rings hollow. I'm not asking for you to convince me, to sell me one way or another. It is your journey. I just, from what I know, I don't understand why, or nor do I see it.
And he just sort of pats Ardzo at wherever part of Ardzo's body he can reach from a seated position, probably a hip, sort of like with that kind of look that says, you kind of don't get it. And he can just pat you like it was a nice thought.
The room full of not dying, unconscious people, and an evening of time, perhaps you could enlighten me.
He just goes back to, it's over.
How much paper do you have?
He didn't write anything new. He's just like, it's over, it's done. And he points this one and he sort of points back to Brenna, who's the one who gave him the paper. And he just sort of, he doesn't have anything on himself.
So just that sheet? You like challenges, do you?
No, I'm done with challenges. It's over.
Can you... Maybe you can, maybe you can't. You probably can't. But can you try to explain it to me succinctly in the space you have left on that page? I don't think a lot of people could do that. You get to choose where to start.
The past is over. None of it's relevant.
The past is over. I'll agree with you there. But it's all relevant because it's what got all of us here right now and to where we're at. We get to make the little choices that we can to shape the next coming day, 2, a week.
I can't help you all.
We didn't ask you to.
He says, good.
What were you trying to help us from?
Just
Now when you see me living out in the woods, does that seem to you like a wounded deer who struggles to get food and water? Or someone who cannot converse with finely dressed people?
the first thing he said before you finished the second sentence was, no, you are very competent. And then it says, I see someone who lives their own life and doesn't want to hurt people.
And you could not say the same about Brenna or yourself?
I hurt people all the time.
Are you hurting anyone now?
Probably.
That is not a yes or a no answer. You cannot just I could have cured that wound better. So in theory, I am probably hurting somebody with my ineptitude. Right? We can speculate that we are hurting people, but you are actively, right now, you are not punching me into my soft parts. So are you hurting anyone right now?
Goes back to probably.
Can you, blows my mind, attempt to paint a picture for me as to how you could that could happen?
I have dozens of people who are brokenhearted right now because of me, or dead, or dying.
Okay, but just you, no other factors in their life have anything to do with them or their current condition, their current situation, right? You have controlled, you're the mastermind of the puppet master of their whole thing. Yes?
Javic is hurting because of me. Brenna is hurting because of me. Lots of people.
Have you ever worn in any of your identities glasses, or shades, if you will? And they kind of keep you in the mindset of perhaps that character. But if you look at everything through the lens of, oh my God, what have I done to this person? Then all you will see is pain and potential pain that you have caused that person.
He's writing, and then he stops, and he looks at you for a moment, and he considers if he wants to finish writing what he's going to write, or like considers the wording. And he finishes the sentence, and he goes, I don't care about their pain. I'm not a good person.
I'm not going to try to argue one way or another, but a good hunter hunts. A good hunter brings back meat to sell, to eat, to feed his family. A good hunter does not have to care about the feelings of the deer, but he is still a good hunter.
I'm not a good hunter.
You can be.
When I recover, I'm leaving.
And where will you go?
It doesn't really matter.
What if I wanted to come with you?
You can't. You have the cook and have to take care of my sister.
How many dwarves do you know, my friend Yonto?
That was a sex joke, he writes. Some.
That was a good one, but The ones that I have met, in addition to myself, do not like being told what we can't do.
You should have a good life.
I should have the life that I want.
We can't always have that.
That is general, but that is a choice for me to make. Would it upset you greatly if I followed you?
He flips the piece of paper over. And it says, you aren't comfortable around me. And other people can offer you things.
Sure, other people can, any individual you meet in your life can offer you a thing or two: knowledge, experience, a story, herbs, simple things. But you do not make me uncomfortable. If I'm sitting making breakfast for me to eat, and a bird comes and lands on the perch of my windowsill and starts singing and dancing around, I want to try to understand why the bird would do such a thing while I am cooking my breakfast. Something about this bird is different than the birds that I have come into contact with before. Something about this bird is fascinating. So I will do what I can to attempt to understand why this bird is the way this bird is. Does that make sense to you?
And it says, you have never looked at me.
Maybe it is I who don't know how. Ardzo will, as you're writing, place his hands on your hand to stop you from writing. Can you teach me?
And he puts his hand on your hand that's on his hand. And he removes it after like 4 beats too long, holding it. And he writes, says, I'm not going to live much longer, I think. You should stay here.
This is a troubling take for me, because with everything going on, and how close you keep some things to your chest, I don't know if this is externally your past coming to catch you, or internally your past coming to catch you. Regardless, if you think that at some point in time you will be knocking on the door of death, why would you not want a highly skilled healer by your side?
Billy, go ahead and roll persuasion.
Where'd the thing go? Hey, that's not bad for me.
No, it is not. A 21 is very acceptable.
Who needed persuading?
This is against me.
Yeah, it's against him.
Well, there's nothing he can do because he doesn't use his social skills against his friends. So he just says, "Then you will die with me, and soon. You cannot stop the executioner's axe. If that is your choice to die, I cannot stop you." And then he says, "But no, it will be I who kill you, and I will have to take that stain."
Please do not make yourself responsible for my choices.
No, it is my choices that will kill you.
And maybe it is I who will go willingly. The world has not been kind to me either. I'm not comparing our pasts. But there is a reason I lived in the woods by myself.
You have only a few weeks before you die.
Then I have a lot of work to do in that time. Would you care to help?
I have my own work.
And with that, we're going to pan over to Brenna. We let that kind of modulate, and we all kind of, some of us think in Kipling poems about the thousandth man. Brenna,
Yes.
where you headed over to check on Florian and Lawrence, correct?
I did, yes.
Who did you go to see first?
Whose room's closer? I think Florian's room's closest, because this is Filberta's old
Yeah.
room.
It would be to
so
the
Florian
right,
first.
And then...
Yeah.
Do you knock?
Yes, you would knock.
You...
It's if there's no answer after a couple of knocks and a name call that the door gets broken down.
There's a brief muffled sound from inside the room, and then Flora, just a minute.
All right.
Yeah. And then there's a kind of a couple other sounds, and then the door opens like a crack, and Florian...
Kind of sounds. I do have that Witcher hearing.
You could roll deduction.
I would love to.
Because you're trying. It's not about hearing them. It's about figuring out what they are through the door.
Yeah, 16.
It sounds like there's someone else in that room.
Oh, really? That's interesting. Yeah, cool.
And he opens the door a crack and smiles.
Hello, Florian. Is everything all right?
Yes, everything's fine. Are you
No one's
okay?
broken through your window and tied you to a chair and interrogated you recently?
No.
Good. Right. Who are you hanging out with then?
I don't know what you mean.
She just looks at him. Like, bruh.
Everything's fine.
As long as it's fine. But if I find out that something has happened to you, in a not good way, there'll be a lot of pain coming to that individual. I'm not going to tell your father that someone else is in the room with you right now. I just want to make sure you're safe.
You don't even need to roll. His ears are bright red.
I just wanted to check in and make sure you were safe. There's been some incidents recently. Now,
Nope, everything's fine.
go have a fun time. And don't be late for dinner. I can just close the door for him. Gotta embarrass the kid just a little bit.
Yeah,
Just a little bit, but not too much. Yeah. Be like, look, I know you're up to some things. I'm not gonna tell your dad. I just want to make sure you're okay.
No, he's fine. You know, he's just.
Look, there's some sneaky Brookses around here, and I want to make sure you ain't getting seduced by one. That's all I care about. No one coming through your window and interrogating you. Okay, we're doing okay.
Yeah, no, he's okay.
Right, well, he's fine. And I'll go check on Oren's.
You can make your way there without like disturbing the conversation that's going on with Ardzo and Nyanto at this
Walk
moment.
really quietly. Yeah.
Lawrence is when you knock on the door, he opens immediately and he has this look of like, how can I help? What do you need?
Oh.
That oldest child, like, oh, I need to, there's something going on. I should be responsible in helping with you.
Hello, Lawrence. Are you all right? Everything good here?
Just bored. Is there anything I can help you with? I mean, I know that things are busy and they're complicated. I can do help.
She's like, he's bored. He's stargazing. The two boys have handled their boredom in completely different ways. She just makes note of this and says, yes, actually, you can help me with something. Let's go to your father's study.
Okay.
There's some things that need tending to. And I'm going to look through with Lawrence now that he's here, because I'm sure he's at where he's starting to help out Gavril with some paperwork and things.
I mean, he's 22 now. He's definitely
in the look over these papers with me type thing, like help, do this, do that, the other thing. And so I imagine he might have a better idea of what has been on Gavril's desk recently, because the desk was completely clean, which was interesting, because usually I imagine there's some papers or the like.
Yeah.
Help me. Yes, I know the window is open. Yes, I know it's not supposed to be open. There are some things that happened here. That your father's desk is possibly compromised. I want you to see if there's anything right off the bat that you notice is missing, or if things have just been shuffled around and rearranged. I'm going to clean up the brandy over here, and then I'll be over here to help you. Everyone's busy, but Lawrence might pick up on something.
He's going through and like it's like he's very obviously has a checklist in his mind that he's like, all right, so these ledgers are here and these are here and There are some letters missing.
Letters. Do you know from whom or to whom?
Someone important in Mahakam. Father hadn't signed them yet, so they hadn't sent out.
Interesting. I'll have to ask him about that when he gets back. That's the only thing you've noticed?
Yes. I think so. Yes, that is all that's missing.
Thank you. Make a note to bring that up with him. And I imagine she's like picked up the brandy decanter, flicked the chair back up. While she's cleaning up that mussed up scene, while he's looking through the desk, are there any signs of like I don't know, pieces of fabric or maybe a couple of hairs that are from someone other than Alienor or the immediate family, like during that scuffle perhaps because it got knocked over? Is there any evidence, basically, is there any evidence left behind at this little corner that has not been disturbed until this point?
Why don't we use Witcher training for this? Because this is you actively investigating a scene, looking for signs of what caused the attack.
Sure thing. 18.
When you go through it, you don't find any hairs. You do find like a very slight boot print. The tread is very heavy. Not someone who, not any of the elves who have very lighter treads.
And probably heavier than Javic, too.
Yes, not anything like Javic would wear. The tread is thicker. Not anything like Javic would wear short of being on a full battlefield. They're not riding boots. They're not internal house shoes. This is something, these are very heavy duty, almost work boots. And it's just like the barest hint, more in the spilled brandy than anything else, right?
Okay. Are they reminiscent of those boot prints she saw when she was investigating the Bruxa?
No, they're not.
Okay.
The tread is different. It's also slightly smaller.
Okay. Interesting.
In size, it would be more compared to Ardzo than
Ardzo's. Okay, possibly. Dwarf. Okay, so she's investigated this while he's gone through the desk, and he's told her that. And perhaps you could straighten out the bookshelf and make sure nothing is missing from there as well.
All right. And he begins to go through it. There's nothing on the bookshelf. Nothing is missing. And it's very obvious there that nothing was attacked. What was done here was...
Yeah. It looked like someone just bumped into it, but it gives him something to do. He was feeling bored. This lets him feel helpful and useful.
Yep. He was...
Let him feel helpful, useful.
Mm-hmm.
Not be bored. He didn't sneak someone into his room to not be bored, so he gets nice, responsible things to do.
Mm-hmm.
When your father said he was going to get back for today, it's getting late. It's almost dark out.
And then you hear the thematically, dramatically appropriate single bolt of lightning go across the sky, and the rain just begin to pour down. And Lawrence is like, they said they were going to do a circuit ride of the village lines to make sure no one was harmed or anyone else was missing. I don't know beyond that.
How long ago did they leave?
Perhaps lunchtime.
So, based on that, when would I be expecting them back?
In good weather, maybe another hour.
Another hour.
If he went to all of, did the entire circuit, not just, the town, but, a couple of the farms that are directly there.
Mm-hmm. All right. Then I'll keep an eye out for him. Thank you for your help in here. We'll just have to wait. I have many questions for him. Stay safe. And I imagine there's rain starting to come through now. She's just like, well, what do I just put the window back in? That's not how that works. She goes, perhaps you could get me sturdy piece of furniture, like a board,
so we can get to attack on the sides.
to keep the rain out for now, because the frame is going to have to be put back in nicer than I can do that.
All right. And he will
Much better
go.
disassembly.
And
I can do a hammer, nails, and some planks.
And he will go and try and find some boards and some people to board up this window.
Yep.
Oh.
Cool. Yep, that's fine. He's now busy, and then she'll go check back in on the infirmary people. I imagine it's been some time through the investigating and stuff.
Ardzo, you and Yanto are just as Brenna returns, sitting in the hall. Cadeyrn is waking up at this point.
Well, I did some investigating. I hope I'm not interrupting anything too serious. And I had Lawrence, he's starting to do some of the paperwork. I want Gavril to look through the desk as well, but Lawrence noticed that some letters that were written to someone important in Mahakam, but had not yet been sent yet, were missing from Gavril's desk. So whoever assaulted Alienor made off with those. I found a footprint, a heavy boot print, in the rug where the brandy had been spilled. Very similar to your boot prints, Ardzo. I think it may have been a dwarf.
Because we have this similar boots.
With similar size and the depth of tread.
So he stepped in to the wine.
There was some brandy spilled on a rug. He was able to preserve the boot print.
And you could not tell in which direction they were going. Perhaps that would help.
Probably in and out the window. That is open. The windows aren't supposed to open, by the way. It is almost as if it is meticulously plucked from the stone.
How high up is this room?
4 stories.
And most, myself included, dwarves are not fond of heights.
I don't know what to tell you. Why else the window would be separated from its hole.
Yeah.
Impeccably. Like it's as if someone just plucked it out. That's not how windows work, but that's how it is right now, so. I will hopefully be back in a couple of hours. I can ask him if anything else is missing or who those letters were to. That might give us a clue.
We can wait and then perhaps travel to Mahakam to figure out what is going on with all of this mess.
Perhaps. Yeah. I also have some other things to ask Gavril, but I'll just ask him all at once. It'll be a fun, pleasant, not interrogation.
Because interrogations with lords go so well.
It really depends on what you're asking. And how nicely you ask.
And if you're married to them.
That would help, I assume. I've not asked him very many questions since.
Well, understanding the power dynamic is important. Cadeyrn are you feeling okay?
Cadeyrn is asleep.
No, Cadeyrn is waking up by this point. That's what I said.
Oh,
but you have
when?
your full stamina back. That counts as a short rest.
It's like a good long nap.
So you and Javic?
Oh, thank you, Ardzo, for throwing me right back into the fire.
Well, I implied and pointed to the fire, and then you stepped in it.
Is he going to make it?
I think so. I don't understand. I was led to believe that there was some sort of possession. I have no idea how any of that works. So he should be fine. But if he wakes up from whatever he's doing right now, I don't know if it's going to be him. I don't know if it's going to be someone else.
Probably rolled him in the rug.
That's why he is down, trapped in the rug.
But he
4
will
rugs.
survive.
We've been through 3 rugs in like the past.
Okay. Oh, Jesus. Simon.
Does he need to not be alive? Is that what you were implying?
No. I lost my temper and may have cast the wrong spell.
On purpose?
No, I said I lost my temper.
But while you were seeing red, you chose the wrong spell?
Oh no, well, sort of. I wanted to try to remove him from inside Javic. But then I don't know. He said something, and I just it seems easier to throw lightning at people.
I mean,
I know
can't
this
throw
sounds
lightning,
strange,
but I understand.
right? I feel the lot of us need to have a good sit down and talk about what is a good and healthy thing to do when you are upset. Am I alone in this?
Don't know. I'm normally fairly calm most of the time.
When I'm upset, usually I drink, but you know, I
How many
wasn't.
In regards to Brenna, I just recall a body that was perforated several times.
Which body?
You are aware. I do not need to speak it aloud.
She's like, the Ardzo has been with me
Right.
for this long. He didn't see me throw the sword through the head. There's like
Right.
a recollection of all the bodies that have been built up over the past month.
Ardzo, is he hip to Filiberta? To what happened there?
No, technically. Actually, the
No.
only person
Yeah,
who saw
then-
it was Cadeyrn, and Cadeyrn
Mhm.
only mentioned it in front of Yanto.
So
Ardzo wasn't
then-
there at the moment.
But
So
had
then
but used some
redacted.
but he used some like wildly high number that doesn't really that seemed
Yeah,
very
like
unrealistic.
missed 35 holes or something like
And
that.
I was like, okay, that doesn't make like that's
But
probably
I was
an
like,
exaggeration.
Yeah. So redacted.
Mm-hmm.
So you've never. I know Witchers are known to not let their emotions get the best of them. But, you know.
Typically is the case for most witches, yes.
Okay. Then I stand corrected.
Well, I do have a bit of a temper sometimes, but I try to only let it out in situations where it's wanted.
Like wolves.
With wolves, yes, and
Yes.
the Filiberta, that was a terrible thing.
What?
Filiberta, when she was mind controlling my family and
Oh.
being a
Did-
bitch. Me
Did-
laughing, not Brenna laughing.
So you
Cadeyrn and I killed Philiberta. Yes. Yes, she attacked us. She threw a fireball right at us. It's terrible. Then he did some lightning, and then I did some stabbing, and then, a mirror blew up.
That was a lot. Okay. But,
I thought the stabbing was very wanted. I mean, she was attacking us and had done such terrible things.
Depending on where we as a group are headed, we should let's try to talk out our feelings before we act. Does that seem like a good idea, everybody?
Just goes quiet.
He just writes out, I'm leaving. I'm not part of the group.
And where will you be going?
I said it doesn't matter.
But it does matter.
Okay, I must have been out for a while. Why are you leaving?
And like he was about to write something, then he thinks about it, and then he writes, because my heist, it's like the word heist right here is referring to the job that they originally came in here for. It's like, because my heist here is done.
You stole from your sister?
I think heist was a poor choice of words, perhaps.
I was here to find out about Philiberta. I didn't find anything.
We found a lot of things about her. Primarily that she was in league with a very, very dangerous individual who, might I remind you, was inside this poor man.
Gestures to Rug.
Yeah, gestures to Rug.
You found that.
You would have found it too if you had been in the room. It just so happened that you weren't in the room.
My mission over. I'll be leaving when I get better.
Probably a good thing you weren't in the room.
Who was wanting to know about Philiberta?
I was. Because she just came in out of nowhere and married Gavril and made weird decisions about people's lives, like marrying Florian off to the Deschlons, who possibly might be a Bruxa?
There's a lot to unpack here.
And there's a lot to unpack everywhere. Yanto, you found... What about your letter? The stuff you found in Kagan? The wolves and everything.
That was Brenna.
But that wasn't all me. You noticed the disguised illusion stuff first.
And I'll...
And you didn't believe me.
I did believe you. I just had stabbing to do first. And then breakfast. Maybe very hungry to do all that stabbing.
Cadeyrn, have you gotten out of the bed yet?
Yeah, I guess I was sitting at that point, but yeah, I'll just get up.
No, it's just a purely informational question, because if you're still in the bed, you would feel Alienor start to move and then stop herself.
Ooh, someone's waking up. I just want to be known that she's waking up.
I'll just cast a quick glance. Like, how long are our ears now?
It's it's noticeable to you in the way her hair is, but it's maybe not as noticeable to everybody else. But they are definitely elven, but they don't. But she doesn't look like Yanto or Brenna. And her skin is almost paler.
You know what? I hate having to do this shit.
You're not the only one.
I'm about to do something that I hope I will never regret.
What are you going to do?
Yanto, you cannot leave. You told me, you asked me to help your sister in Ardzo.
And I look like you asked him to do what?
And he's like, yeah.
I have decided what the payment will be.
It's just asking everyone to look after each other, it seems like these days.
Okay, while you're trying to find something to say, Yanto, I am not asking you to become my follower, my servant, or any of that shit. The payment I require is for you to stay with these people. And here's what I'm going to do. My payment, specifically, is I want you to look after me.
And Brenna's like, oh, I won't be alone. There's like a moment of relief that crosses her face.
Just so you know, because you might want to add an addendum to this. What you did earlier, checking in on me. Because it didn't really register to Cadeyrn when Brenna put her hand on him. No one's ever really done that before. And like, if you think that you can't contribute for whatever it's worth, that's not true. Okay. Do you think your sister would be the type of person to actually be good at checking in on people and gauging their emotional state? No offense intended, Brenna, but you are a Witcher. Anyway, you couldn't take any offense. You don't have any emotions.
He points to Ardzo.
And she gives you a look like, you don't think I could take offense?
She could probably take 2 fences.
And yes, there is Ardzo, but Ardzo is a doctor of the body. You, my friend, are a doctor of the mind. Okay, now you can give me the novel you've been writing.
Everything's been crossed out. It's like a lot of like, and then crossing things out. And he says, he points to you and he gestures for you to come close to him.
Brenna still has that look in her face of like, you don't think I could take offense, huh? As he walks back. Let me tell you, cat witches have one emotion.
It's being offended. And he sort of gets up, sort of by sort of on using you to help himself get up.
Mm-hmm.
And he sort of walks with you down the hallway a bit.
Oh, wait, you're going to, okay.
And when you get what he thinks is far enough away from them,
I lean out to keep an eye on them both because I was told to keep an eye on them.
he pulls your ear right close to his mouth. You not.
Write it. Don't strain your throat any.
You've not seen me in action. I almost killed me sister.
Okay.
Because I can't fight. All this is all for them being distracted by my weakness, and I can't read nobody. I don't got nothing to add here. I make it worse. Brenna told me to run. I didn't. She almost lost her arm. I'm gonna run now. I was being stubborn. But I'm gonna do what she says to keep her safe. You staying here ain't good.
Lord Bytonus, with all due respect, Brenna knows exactly what she's getting into. She's been trained for this. Hell, her entire physiology was altered to do exactly what she does.
And I'm made it harder for her.
She chose to make it harder for her.
No,
she could
she
have not
told me
cared
to
about
run,
you.
and I didn't.
And
She almost died.
because
I didn't run when she told me.
no,
Yeah.
there was something in between, I am fairly certain.
I didn't
She
run.
said to run, you
Yeah.
didn't run.
Yeah.
So something happened to injure her.
Monsters.
And the monsters were going after,
Me.
and she decided to.
Because I didn't leave, she couldn't leave, so she almost died. It happens a lot.
Yeah. The average lifespan of a Witcher is like 15 years old.
Yeah, I'm making it worse.
No.
Yeah.
I do not know enough about psychology in this game, so I'm not going to go into this. Listen.
I'm dead weight.
I am fairly certain you are not. You strike me as a very clever individual.
Sorry. I ain't. 4 a.m.
Sorry, I said 2 seconds to fix it for Billy, and then we'll be right back because someone has a 4 a.m. wake up call and needs sleep. And we love him for joining us, and we love all of the Ardzo. But we'll be right back. Okay, everybody?
Yeah,
And we're back. And I believe Cadeyrn was having a conversation with Yanto about Yanto's ish.
Lack of ability to contribute and getting his sister killed. It's his concerns. And he's trying to do that with his sort of cut up tongue. So it, yeah.
I think you're very clever. It's just the vibe I get. You know, Javic would not have pulled out this elaborate prank to piss off a nobody. And also, knowing Javic and knowing what he told me when we were at Banard, you're 1,000 times better than me.
Cadeyrn. Perhaps the difference is that Javic couldn't control you, and that's why he was interested in me, but I ain't better than you.
Can I ask you something incredibly personal and probably crossing multiple boundaries?
All right.
Did you fuck?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's a dirty secret. In the 10 years we've been together, or we were together, Javic and I never did it.
That must mean he really loved you.
No. He was saving himself for the one, and I wasn't it. Any let me know in very clear terms. Which is why I spent the next decade traveling the continent and writing a book on sex tourism.
Damn. Javic. Had something else going on.
Javic saw something in you that wasn't in an almost 100-year-old person who flaunts the laws of nature every single day for fun.
Listen, Javic found someone whose mind he read probably every day.
Don't you think he did the same to me?
I would hope not. That's terrible.
I can't prevent him.
Yeah.
What
Thing is,
he... Yeah.
Javic don't respect me. And that's the thing.
I'm gonna go for the gut punch here, Yanto, but do you respect yourself?
I had things I was proud of at one point.
There's a difference between pride and respect. One of them, some churches will say is a sin.
Oh, I don't care about none of that.
Then you already are more clever than 3/4 of the population of the North. Congratulations.
Yeah, but stealing candy from babies is easy.
You monster!
I know. I'm trying to tell you that all this time.
Please tell me you stole other things
Well, I
from
didn't.
other people.
I didn't
that-
steal from. I didn't steal candy from babies. That's too easy.
Oh.
I mean, there's no challenge in that. They're just babies. You just walk up and take it. It's
But
real
that-
boring.
that- I know, which is why you don't do it. Which is why, when some people do it, they spend 30 nights in a dungeon.
Well, it's because they're not good enough not to get caught. The only reason why you don't steal candy from babies is because it's too easy. It's boring.
It probably is. So you can steal from people,
Yeah.
is what you're saying.
Yeah. Well,
And
not really, because I'm actually not very good at it, as it turns out.
how long have you been, practicing your craft?
Couple of decades.
Hmm.
I started when I was like 11. So like 50 years, 50 some.
And let me ask you a question. Are you alive?
Mostly last few weeks, almost last month or so, almost not multiple times. If it weren't for my sister, I'd be dead like 3 or 4 times over.
But you still went on 49.5 years with no problem. And are we currently rotting in a dungeon cell waiting for the executioner's axe?
Not yet, but usually because I run. Like I'm trying to do now. Oh, that hurt. So much.
See, the point I'm trying to make is good thieves don't get caught.
Well, I got
You're... And then released afterwards, apparently.
No, I ran. I got caught by Javic. And actually by everybody, really. I think I'm not... yeah, I get caught. Yeah, it's been... get caught a lot, actually.
In 50 years. Or just within the last couple of months.
Last couple of months.
Let's call it a dry spell.
It's pretty epic. I mean, Look, every way you can imagine. I think what it was is that actually I'm not very good, and I actually finally came up against people who actually are good, and I learned, oh, don't do L's, that's bad.
But your craft, my craft, hell, even Brenna's craft, they're all skills that you must keep perfecting throughout your life.
What makes you good is when you know when to quit, when you know you're outclassed. It's not good to try to rob something when you don't got the skills. That's just a way to get caught. It's knowing when you're not actually good enough is important. So, and I'm not good enough.
See, that might explain why humans are spreading like cockroaches across the entire continent. They don't know when to stop.
Well, I suppose in the end they're going to die. They might spread like cockroaches, but I don't know when to stop. They're going to get defeated. No offense.
Oh, none taken. I'm, older than, most people. Also, for someone my age, surprisingly virile.
Oh, if the orgy story's something to go by.
I was younger, and I had a lot of, now that you sort of know the story, a lot of pent-up pressure.
Look, I don't want Brenna to die because of me.
She's not. Because I'm going to keep an eye on her. That's what you wanted. That's what she asked. And you're going to keep an eye on me.
Do it. I can't. I'm not good at that. I thought I was, but I'm not.
I don't need someone to fight.
No, I can't even see nothing.
I mean, I know it's a big stereotype, but aren't you an elf?
Yeah, but a real bad one. That's what I'd say. Sorry. I'm a disappointment to most people, and I'm going to be a disappointment to you. I'm just telling you.
Then let me be the judge of that.
No, I'm just telling you. You ain't been here. I just met you. You ain't seen me.
I have seen you impersonate a higher noble.
Yeah, and people see through that pretty easy. So,
no one did.
Oof, are you kidding? Alienor did. Really, it's just
Alienor.
Yeah.
Is probably not from this world.
Well, she's your cousin.
Yeah, that might be a lie. Just like Javic might have been an older mage inhabiting the body of a younger mage, which is even weirder, especially if you consider the fact that there was the whole thing about like saving yourself for the one. So apparently, an archmage who created the entire order of Witchers thought that you were better than me.
No, a better mark is what I'd say.
I think not. The shattered remains of my self-confidence don't think that.
Cadeyrn, listen. I got picked not because I'm the one. The one is the easy mark. He's a con man and he's way better than I am, and he picked me because I'm an easier mark than you are. I mean, you lied to me in my face and I didn't even pick it up. I'm real not good at this, is what I'm trying to tell you.
When you can read everyone's mind, you can know exactly what to say when to say it. He's not a good con man. He's got magic.
Yeah, which makes him a real good con man, just with no professional ethics.
With no skills.
Yeah, he's got a lot of skills. As do you.
Do you want me to help you foil people like Javic?
Well, I'm out of the business. You gotta know when to retire.
and you'll never see another mage your entire life?
Ugh.
You probably will, because he's your brother, and I failed to kill him, thankfully.
I'm not. I mean, he's probably gonna stalk me, but I ain't. I'm going off, and I'm not gonna be hanging out. We've got maybe a week here, or most, until this thing heals, and I'm out. I'm gonna go. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever.
You know he can look inside a toilet and know where
Yeah.
you are?
He told me.
I should have said a chamber pot. Sorry, toilets don't have water and that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes there's a lot of piss in them, you know, in the.
Yeah, but I don't. It's called hydromancy, not urinomancy.
Well, isn't there water in urine?
Yeah, but it's not 100%. So like the picture's not clear.
Oh well.
It's like you can probably reach 240p, but not high def. And forget about surround sound in a toilet.
I don't know.
Latrines are horrible.
This is a mage thing, in it.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
This is me breaking an invisible wall. Was going to say, give me 2 seconds. Yes, because he can find you anywhere in the world. You can, if he wants to make your life hell, he will follow you everywhere.
He said he would.
But I can help with that.
Ow.
Have you ever heard about Dimeridium?
Mm-mm.
It's an alloy that is anathema to everyone who's touched by chaos.
Okay.
Basically, in layman's term, it's anti-mage metal. If I were to have dimeridium in my body, like I did for a while, I would no longer be a mage. I would be Cadeyrn, the goof who had trouble passing Magic 101.
Well, you ate metal?
I got shot in the heart, and I was to blame.
Oh, somebody gave love a real bad name.
Well, forgot the song, so I could keep going. The thing is even a small trace amount of dimeridium is enough to cancel most mages. Some, like yours truly, had to develop a tolerance for it. Because, you know, it was right next to my heart. And it took, I don't know, several decades. But first, for me to just walk again. Then for me to be able to do anything. Imagine, if you would, if you lost the one skill that you are the most proud of.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Okay. Imagine you can never get it back.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But then also imagine that you really want to take revenge on the person that took it away from you.
Well, don't really apply in my situation.
No, but hypothetically.
Go on.
You and I have all the time in the world to learn new skills. Hell, you can pick up poetry tomorrow. And the people that will say that your first book sucks will be dead by the time you'll actually be a master. But you will be a master.
Probably gonna just go work in a brothel again.
That's also a skill you need to develop. Come on.
I actually have that skill.
Good. Then imagine if someone was to take that away from you.
Probably what's gonna happen next, to be honest, knowing my luck.
But imagine... Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm not going to pursue this. Dimeridium.
Yeah.
The principle is, if you carry Dimeridium with you, Javic will probably, if he ever comes next to you, will feel like shit for days. I mean, a certain quantity might be enough to kill one of us, so I would advise against it. But imagine, while you carry it on your person, he can never read your mind again. Because doing magic, even a weak spell like telepathy, will be too much. Nosebleeds, migraines, arrhythmia, erectile dysfunction, you name it.
Really?
I mean, probably. I never actually tried. Though after I got shot, I mean, it did take a few years for me to, that might just be because of being partially paralyzed.
Well, how do I get the Meridium?
We're going to Mahakam. I know the person who took the bits out of me. And I'm fairly certain either he did not get rid of it because Dimeridium is valuable, and also dwarves don't really care about it. You'd be protected from him forever.
Could be useful.
Yeah, until he learns to, tolerate it. Then you just get a bigger rock.
Could be important. Keep people safe.
And that's just one thing I can help you with.
Don't know.
I mean,
maybe I'll meet you in Mahakam. If I make it.
that's the thing. By yourself, I don't think you're going to make it. I don't think any of us by ourselves, right now, are going to go any farther than this courtyard. Brenna might go a little farther, but...
She can travel. Look, I'm just going to tell you, it's a nice stream. If I make it to Mahakam, I'll wait for you out in front of the gates. But if I don't, you'll know.
Yonto, I can be in Mahakam with a snap of my fingers. You will not wait for me there. You will come along with me.
I don't think that's going to happen. I got another path. But if I make it out, then I'll meet you at Mahakam so I can get protection from prying eyes.
And what about my payment?
You can do what you want to do. I'd like you to take care of your sister, but that's on you. I can't promise something I can't deliver.
But you can deliver. You just don't want to.
No, I'm afraid I can't. There's other stuff. I can't do it.
What other stuff?
Life's complicated, my friend. I can't do it.
It certainly is.
No, we've got about a week together.
Then I will not pry or push any further. You probably already strained your wound enough as it is. And I have a strange creature to examine, and by that I mean my cousin.
Oi.
What?
I'm gonna ask, you don't have to do it. But when this all turns out the way it does, it's your choice what you do. But it would be nice if you would comfort my sister and Ardzo. Also, I'm going to tell you something cryptic. Yeah?
Before you do, I just want to make one thing clear. When you say comfort, you mean comfort or comfort?
Oh, well, I mean, if you were comforter, that would be great, but I bet she won't go for it. She really needs to be with somebody other than that fella, but it's all right. I mean, if you could, that'd be great, but she won't go for it. Oh, if she would be so much better.
I'm a human. Do you really think I'll let anything stop me?
Well, but just because you won't let people stop you doesn't mean you're going to be successful. Look.
I'm going to try. I mean, I can. Not today, because, it's been 2 weeks, so... And you were going to say cryptic message.
Yeah, this is a cryptic message, yeah? Maybe you'll understand it later. Ardzo don't know nothing. Alright? No matter what he says, he don't know nothing.
Well,
Alright?
he seems to know a lot.
No, he don't know nothing.
Well, I mean, it's a double negative, so I take it he knows everything.
No, don't. People go to school. All I'm just saying is when there'll be a moment probably when you're going to think, what? And maybe people ask you questions or something. Just know, well, you don't know nothing. That's it. He might lie, though, about it. He might say he knows stuff, but he don't know nothing. All right?
All right. Yeah. Hey, during this week, can I ask you for at least one thing?
Is it sex? Because I'm really good at it, or it's like, I feel like it's the one skill I got left. I mean, it's, a little messed up, but...
Yeah, I feel like in the present circumstances, both of our mental state might not be the best thing to do right now.
All right.
Especially since we'd be doing it, about 10 feet away from your crisp ex-boyfriend and my ex-boyfriend. So kind of a turn off. Kagan. How far is it away from here?
Oh, 3 weeks. It's about right, Prax? 3 weeks? Yeah. About 3 weeks. Travel. By river.
That's too long, then.
For what?
The Pentagon. That Witcher friend you had. The prisoner. The wolves. With that Bruxa running around.
Bruxa left, right?
Could have left for Kagan for all we know. Could have warned them all. She now has, what, a day, 2 days, maybe 3 at best? I don't think Brooks is asleep.
Get Brenna. Ask her. Why? Why would Bruxa go to Kagan?
Hey, Brenna.
Yeah?
Why would a Bruxa who wants to kill you go to the one place where everyone wanted to kill you?
There's a lot of murders there. Maybe it's just a hot murder spot. I don't know. Also, where's that ritual was that took place in the poisoned wells? Told him the filter it was charcoal, but it might not be all filtered by now.
Shit, that's right. Yanto. Ley lines and places of power. I'm gonna need to do a bit of research. But I think I know what we're gonna spend our week doing.
I'm gonna recover.
Yes, you will. I can draw a circle around you if you want to like sleep in it. It helps. It activates the regenerative function of your cells.
It's all right. It's all right.
I have very, very strong alcohol.
Get Brenna.
Brenna's still in the doorway, like leaning enough so she can keep an eye on people inside the room and those in the hallway.
Cadeyrn is just gonna walk to Brenna and like tap her in and go in the room.
But yes, but is there something you wanted to say before that, Frax? Before I get tapped in?
As Cadeyrn is walking down the hallway, Alienor makes eye contact with you briefly. And
is there some type of expression she has when she makes eye contact with me?
You roll human perception.
I had a feeling that was going to be the last two luck. Wee! Wow, that was a big fumble. -7.
Shit, and she rolled a 10.
Look,
even when she feels like shit, she can hide from Brenna.
I double fumbled. Like,
Ooh.
I rolled. Yeah.
You did.
That was a really bad fumble.
That was a really bad fumble. There's an expression on her face, but you can't read it. And then she just starts to stand up.
I see Cadeyrn walking this way. I'll be like, okay, well, I guess I'll go inside. And so over to Alienor. Are you all right? What? You are getting up? Should you be getting up? Your hands are broken. Don't touch anything.
She doesn't even respond as she starts to pull her hair, and she pulls her hair back and around to hide her ears intentionally.
Would you like me to do your hair better for you? Because your hands are broken, you shouldn't touch anything.
It's not the first time, don't worry about it. And she just waits for Cadeyrn to walk in, basically.
I do the I'm going to come here and gently pat the back sides of your shoulders and like of one shoulder because that's the one spot I know that's not injured, and it's like and like maybe like the hip. It's like awkward, like I'm here is what Brenna's trying to very awkwardly convey.
And she will lift her hand and like brush it against the back of your hair, like she's done multiple times, so many times before. It's just like her innate response to, like, it's like that Pavlovian training your dog thing. It's like, oh, you did the right thing, like you had the correct emotional response.
Yes. Yeah. Don't touch anything, your hands are broken.
It's not the first time.
Ardzo said, but I hope it's the last time. Ardzo set them, so don't make him set them again.
Get down.
Is Brenna out of the room?
If you tell her Yanto wants to.
I'm.
Yeah,
Yanto
she'll be like,
wants to see you.
I'll be back.
I'm not gonna be alone. I'm not gonna be alone. There's.
I never said anything about you being alone. You're with your cousin and.
I feel like you're babysitting me.
What? That is ridiculous. And then, like,
it's either that
quickly,
or you are hopelessly in love with. And I'm gonna close the door.
I broke the lock. It's just you could mostly shut it.
Yeah, it's just clock, clock. God damn it.
And she leaves very quickly before you can read. It's a lie. I'm totally supposed to be babysitting you on her face. She's just like, but that's ridiculous. And just goes very quickly.
Hello, cousin.
And she'll glance at Javic and raise an eyebrow at you.
He's like out cold. Well, out hot. I blasted him with a lightning bolt.
I'm sure you had a very valid reason.
Not so valid. It's the spirit inside I should have blasted, not the body.
Sometimes we get overwhelmed and we choose the immediate choice instead of the appropriate one. Cousin is the best term if you want to be technical about it. It would be more accurate to say first cousin 3 times removed.
Of a completely different species.
Not wholly.
Last I checked, my ears were round.
Yours are. But what about your great-grandmother?
Never met her.
No, she was a very nice lady. My first cousin, by the way. She's very dead now, but she chose one of your kind. I don't necessarily agree with her at the time, but he made her happy for a while.
By the gods, that would explain my rugged good looks.
I mean, you definitely take after our side of the family rather than his, but, you know.
I don't even have a skincare routine. I'm like that all the time. Maybe he's born with it. Maybe he's actually born with it. I figure you're looking for this.
And she looks at it and doesn't even try and take it from you.
That's a nice trinket. So, who you're hiding from?
It won't matter anymore.
Let's say satisfy morbid personal curiosity.
Who do you think?
I don't know, it could be an ex-lover for all I know.
I mean, you're not inherently wrong.
Just to make sure, because things have been happening for the past 2 weeks. This ex-lover, is he also, or is she, or are they also part of the same family as you?
No.
Okay. I'm just, you know.
I'm not in. Look,
I'm not judging.
Brenna and her brother's really complicated relationship is not mine.
I know, but which relationship isn't complicated? Even writing the Sex Tourist Guide to the Continent was kind of complicated. There is drama like you wouldn't believe. But still, you don't look like any in shade I've ever seen.
I'm not. And she'll sit very pointedly on the bed.
And you do not look, from what I recall, like one of those black-haired elves from the south.
No. I'm not like them either. I mean, technically, I guess you understand that at some point in time, both of us left the same home world and then traveled to 2 different locations. And they came here, and ours went
Talking
somewhere
about
else.
that's the conjunction.
Before the conjunction brought the Ancient here, there was the homeworld, yes. And then during the conjunction, the Ancient came here, and others went other places.
So the elves landed in the land of the dwarves and settled their lands, which were then taken by the humans. Wow, the cycle just repeats itself. I just need to know who the dwarves stole it from.
I believe the theory is dragons.
Yeah, right. There's like 5 dragons in the world.
Now, but there were more before. Or the oh no, you don't know about unicorns, so that's not a problem.
No, that's just a myth.
No, unicorns are a problem. They're just such a... Well, that's a different story.
Okay, so you're a refugee from another world.
Political asylum seeker.
Granted, semantics, really. I don't
No, it's
feel
very
like
important semantics.
I feel like if you need this to hide, none of the political powers in here are going to help you. Or at least none of the current political powers.
If I was... And you're not wrong. They wouldn't help me without, shall we say, guarantees.
This protects you from potentially very powerful people.
It did. It won't
Are they all
anymore.
dead? Are they gone?
No. It's just not tied to me anymore.
I mean, I'm being an ass, but it was literally stabbed into your shoulder earlier. I'd say it's very much tied to you.
Not anymore, it's not.
Well then, I have a few more questions if you will entertain me. Because I believe that, you being in possession of a mysterious magical item with very powerful people attached to it or attached to you or whatnot, you can probably snap your fingers and teleport away from here. So before you do so,
Oh, down. And she'll like raise her hand. Literally. And it is...
I'm secretly trying to cast this spell. Like I'm preparing a dispel.
You see her hand. It is literally still broken in multiple places.
You don't really need to wag your fingers. You can do it with pretty much any
there
body
are
part.
plenty, or you could even do it without if you have enough control or abilities. But
Really? I've never heard of any mages in Banhart that could do it without any limb.
Yes, and remember how I said Banhart was such a great and wonderful scion of schooling.
I will let you know that we have the best. We have we're the second best school in the world.
No, you're definitely not. It's okay. There are 4 schools in Nilfgaard, Ebbing, and one more further south in Zercania. I'm pretty sure they're all better than Vanard.
Fine. I went to a shit school. I wasted.
No, you went to a fine academy
60
for
years of my-
human, I guess.
Yeah, but you know what? Apparently, genetics. I could have gotten into an elven school or something.
You didn't want to
I
go to
would
that
have
one.
probably been just as bullied, but whatever. At least I
No.
would have grown facial hair before the rest of my cohort.
Cadeyrn, you wouldn't have been bullied. You wouldn't have been going to school. You're too human, and slavery wouldn't have fit you.
I'm too much of a brat to be submissive to anyone.
Like I said, slavery wouldn't have looked good on you for, ever.
To come back to what we were saying. Now that I know you cannot teleport away.
I could, but that would bring their attention immediately.
Why? He says, slowly typing into the wiki because something just popped up in my head.
Yep. Go ahead, type into the wiki.
You type to the wiki, I'll type to Prax. We're good.
I just need to figure out a date. That's the thing.
If you want a date, again, my sister could be someone that you could just, proposition. I'm just saying.
What are you looking for? What are you looking for?
So he's shaking this thing, right? And he was gonna and you said, I could teleport, but they wouldn't know, blah blah blah. Lara?
No. Gods no.
Shit.
But good try. Technically, I guess I
don't want to know.
No, I didn't sleep with her, and no, we're not related. We competed briefly in school against each other. She was kind of a bitch.
Cadeyrn's mind wanders to sapphic pillow fights in Elven school.
And, Alienor just reads your face and goes, no, it wasn't like that. I broke her nose into 6 pieces. It was very, very... Oh, it felt so good.
Cadeyrn's mind still wanders. Okay.
No, I was not in any way, shape, or form. Oberon is not my father. He's a total...
But they can track you if you cast magic. If you use magic or if you use your power, or whatever it is that makes you their target.
Eredin will find me, I know that. You always promised
Who is Eredin?
And she'll take the hairpin from your hand, from your hand, and stick it behind the back of your ear.
Oh, hey, I thought that's not. I don't have. My hair's not long enough for a pin.
Yeah. We'll figure out something for it. You need to keep it on you.
Oh, awesome.
Eldin rides a black horse. He stands 6.5 feet tall, but he tries to make himself look like he's 8.
All right. So far, I'm in.
With a mask of a skull, fear rides in front of him, and an overwhelming hatred for unicorns and the desire to subjugate mankind. Slavery is...
Could he not? Could he not, though?
Yeah, slavery is what he desires. Humans make decent slaves. Unicorns definitely don't. That's just... they suck. But unfortunately, they die too quickly, so...
Wow,
Hunt has to bring more.
You're really persuaded that unicorns are real. Wait, is that a metaphor?
What?
Unicorns.
No.
You're not talking about horses. You're talking about, people that...
Yeah, there's one, the head is mounted over Oberon's throne. It's kind of tacky.
I have no idea who this Oberon person is.
He's a
You
king.
keep talking about him
He's
I
Lara's
figured...
father.
I didn't know that. I thought her father was just some elven peasant.
Ooh. I almost want to be there when somebody says that to his face. You're just some elven peasant.
I mean, I probably can,
I won't
but not
talk about
today.
it.
We kind of have other things to...
Yes.
Which brings me to... where's Eredin? I mean, if he rides a black horse, can't you just teleport to the other... I know a guy. Can probably help.
Oh? Who?
Well, not a guy. I actually learned he was, one of the 5 remaining dragons. He's got a decent enough house.
Don't worry about it, Cadeyrn.
I'm just saying, maybe not for you, maybe for me. Maybe I'll go hide there, in the shadow of a giant dragon.
Like I said. And she'll, tap the hairpin in your ear. It's not tied to me anymore.
Is it because he saw me? You know what? I'll leave the conspiracy and my paranoia
Why is the hairpin no
aside.
longer tied to me? It's because I tried to make sure that you didn't die. And I needed to use enough of my magic to do so. Unfortunately, I had to break the connection and the binding.
Wait, when did I die?
When you and Brenna tried to stab Filiberto an excessive amount of times.
Excuse me,
In my
tried?
defense, yeah, in my defense, Brenna pretty much did all of it.
Like I said, you tried. She did a lot of it.
I didn't even try. I didn't even get my sword out.
No, but you did do a nice, apparently, fireball, and
So-
then you almost died, so I made sure that you didn't.
Then that brings me to 2 more questions, and then I think I'm gonna have to go see Brenna and Yanto, because I think Yanto wanted me to be there when he was talking to Brenna. And it's kind of rude of me to just bail on someone who can't shout after me to say, hey, wait. My first question. Oh, wait. No, there's another question to that. We'll tack on another question. First question. What would the leader of a Witcher faction want with you? Because it felt very personal, you know, stabbing a letter in your shoulder hole.
It wasn't a witcher, it was a dwarf. I don't know what the letter was. I mean, I was mostly unconscious by that point.
Oh my god, it's Ardzo. Did Ardzo do that?
No, Ardzo did not do that.
I thought that's what Yanto meant. Okay. So, who? What? Did you recognize him? Her?
Him,
Them?
I think, at least I believe, and then I'm pretty sure I smelled Fistek, but the face I do not recall having met before, at least not in anyone that I mean, I know a lot of people and I've met a lot of people, and it's not someone that I would recall, so they didn't.
No,
if
no,
I did meet
of course.
them.
I get it. You know, you don't have to explain why you know what Fistex
I
smells
mean,
like.
admittedly, oh no, it wasn't about the Fistek just stinks. It's one of those.
I mean, there are certain strains that don't.
No, it all smells like shit. Everyone who does it just smells like shit, and you can smell it wafting off of them, and you're like, okay, I don't care what you're getting out of this, it smells, and I don't want to be anywhere near you. No, the dwarf smelled like Fistek, and Javic, well, the black was an interesting look, but
Yeah, that wasn't Javic.
I
That was
kind of
someone
figured
else.
when he intentionally began breaking my arm and my hands.
Why would he do that?
Because he wanted to know.
Wanted to know what?
How to open the door.
Ooh, I read about that. Cool. That's a door, let me guess, to go back to Unicorn Land?
Unicorn Land. That's an interesting. Interesting.
I mean, you never told me what the name of your kingdom
Tirnaler.
is. Oh, interesting. I like it. That's all. What does it mean? It doesn't sound like Elder speech.
It's a dialect, perhaps, and it's Eldar, not Elder.
Oh, pardon me for, missing a letter.
No, that's what I'm telling you. Is the two different languages are pronounced that way.
Oh, all right. I tend to get defensive at times.
I noticed. I've been trying to help you with this, but
I'm very slow to learn.
I wasn't going to comment, but you said it yourself.
Doesn't mean I don't master everything I learn.
No, you definitely do that, and you're a lot better than a shit ton of your siblings. God, they're assholes.
Thank you. Can you tell me a few more? No, wait, we still had other questions. Compliments can wait. So Alzor and this dwarf, who is probably trying to implicate someone else then. Or maybe the bee is not. Okay, I'll get back to that. So they know who you are.
They know that I know the door. They don't know who I am.
Okay, that is great. That is great. We'll try to keep it that way. Is the door a physical place? That was actually my second question earlier.
Not really. I mean, if I wanted to, I could theoretically open a door anywhere.
Like a standing portal.
Yes, but larger and more time-consuming. It's also very draining. And would draw the attention of everybody I don't want to see at the moment. You understand my predicament.
No, but that's okay. Then I
Why?
feel that
Do you
this
need a
is
portal? I can do that for you, darling.
No. If it's not a physical location, there is no way you can tell them where it is.
Yes.
So they will try. Knowing Alzor, anyway, from reputation. By the way, I only know him by reputation. Flashback to Cadeyrn's dorm with like him stroking a poster of Alzor before going to bed at night.
I wasn't going to comment about your I mean, we talked about your fanboy status last time.
Alzor will stop at nothing to get what he wants. Even if it means doing things that are... And he'll glance at Javic. Immoral.
Which is why you need to go. And you need to keep that with you.
Which is why I also need to stop him. He's going to come after you. He knows where you are. Where are you going to go? Don't worry, I don't snitch.
I don't know. I feel like making my presence known to a little bitch in Toussaint.
Wasn't that the... Like, there was a person here that had like a Toussaint name.
Oh, the Dichelon. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I'm going after. She put out a notice about Brenna and obscene amount of money.
To like
capture.
Like a bounty? Oh, how much? How much money are we talking about?
Down.
You cannot blame a man for trying. I only have 30 crowns to my name.
I believe the number was like 50,000 crowns.
Oh.
Like I said, an obscene amount of money.
Dead or alive?
Unspecified. Are you going to try?
Well, I mean, if we bring her Brenna, get paid, then, you know, Brenna stabs her 37 times.
It's not your worst idea.
No.
But she's
Flashback to my worst idea. There's me, a pineapple, and a chicken.
But there's also, unfortunately, the small problem that Madame Deschelon and I have a contentious relationship.
Is she also...
No.
Okay.
No, not at all. I believe she's something else. Not human. Definitely not. But
I mean, Toussaintois are barely humans as it is. Fucking French.
Brooks, tell her about the.
You have a vampire cut in your throat, Lindy?
I wish.
um,
No.
one last question before I leave, because then it's going to. I've made them wait long enough. Is Alienor your real name? Doesn't really sound Elvish.
It's one I chose here. You really don't think this is my real accent, right?
That was kind of an addendum to that question, so people don't speak like that in. No? Okay.
I don't believe I've ever had to actually speak normally for upwards of 200 years now.
All right then. Thank you. This was honestly very informative.
I know. You don't think I
was scared for my life, but
you're not going to die, Cadeyrn.
no. And as he opens the door, he says, like, out loud, "And neither are you, my perfectly human, normal cousin who is just a normal person who's uninteresting and should not be bothered. Good night." I'm like, God damn it, door. I'm gonna walk the.
Yanto, you're muted. I'm sure it's riveting, but you're muted.
As that's happening, Yanto just gives a quick sketch, flashes it to Brenna, and then crosses it out really quickly.
Oh, no, if you want to show it and cross it, she's going to try to snatch it before you can cross it out.
It says, "He's a much better liar than that. He wants us to know."
Yeah. It was a little sketch. If there's their doodle, or
No,
is
it was
it
just-
no, it was just the words. Okay. Well, if it wasn't a picture, if you draw more pictures, though, she's gonna try to steal them.
Crosses it out.
As you walked your way down the hall, could you roll me a magical training, please?
Yeah, it's bad.
As again you hear the thunder and lightning outside,
I'm
the
gonna
rain
put
and wind.
How very, very frightening.
my 3 lucks in it.
I'll also say that you guys have 3 luck from
Yeah,
chat.
do it. Throw it in there too.
Can I burn the 3 luck?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
I
gonna
want
be
to know what
plus
this
6.
is.
27?
There's some very interesting things that you will experience with a 27. It's a very nice roll, by the way. Very impressive.
It's very average, honestly. I rolled a 5.
Yeah, I know, but it's fine. It's a very good number.
Oh, luck.
With a 27, Cadeyrn, you'll realize 3 things as you have closed the door and start walking down the hall, and the lightning flashes outside. Number 1, there's this heavy, heavy weight of ozone oppression in the air around you. That feeling of like magic building, large, heavy magic. 2, behind you in the room you just left, you feel the beginnings of what feels like teleportation magic. And as you walk away, you will see in the flash of lightning as you walk towards Yanto and Brenna a rolling fog and mist, heavier and colder than the lightning strikes outside. And you just begin to make out the shape of a figure on a horse as the lightning flashes behind them.
I pick up the pace a little. I like power walk to Yanto and Brenna.
You power walk to Yanto and Brenna.
Friends?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to have made you wait.
Fine. You're
I'm-
speaking with your cousin.
We're about to die.
Care to elaborate?
There is a giant man on a flying horse coming this way. Some people will say he's the leader of the Wild Hunt. Others will
Oh.
say he's just a giant emo child, but
Huh.
I mean, he dresses in black and kills unicorn. Come on.
Right. And
But it's real. And I think Cadeyrn's
I
gonna keep
told you it
walking.
was. Why are you going? They're here for
Anywhere
you.
but here.
She's gonna like turn on her heel and start to follow. Where are you going? They're here for you. Just go.
Yanto, that hairpin that you've seen Alienor wear is behind Cadeyrn's left ear.
Not Alienor's pin anymore. Oh, you can't steal it. Oh no, it doesn't exist. Oh, you just gotta give up on the mission. Oh well.
I still have to steal it.
But it's not Alienor's pin. You're
It's-
sent to steal it.
Well, yeah, but he doesn't know that.
That's true.
Yeah,
No one
that's
knows
true.
it's attuned to me.
Mm-hmm.
If it
And
actually is, who knows how that magic works? Anyway, stuff to steal it.
as the lightning flashes and you begin striding purposely away from this space and the other two follow you, we're going to cut briefly.
Yanto doesn't follow at first because he's not quite certain what's going on. He's like, I don't.
Wild
And he-
hunt, follow. Just
And he just points to the door where Eleanor and Javic are. It's like, just like this is like and then he points to like he looks at Brenna and he points to like the room where her sons are. He's like
and she has a look on her face of like the fucking wild hunt. After him.
and he points to like your son's rooms, like other people.
I don't think so. Tourists. I don't. We need to get down out of here.
And he looks for Ardzo.
Who is nearby and easily found.
Scribbling notes as he's posting. It's like he's holding up this note as he's trying to follow Brenna. He says, "In the stories, they kill everyone."
If they kill everyone in the stories, how does any stories make out? No one would know what happens.
Your castle, your loved ones.
Yeah, I am concerned, which is why I'm getting the cause for them being here. Yeah.
There's a lot of torture of loved ones going around.
I've noticed.
Maybe evacuate the castle.
Would evacuating be helpful, actually, compared to just getting the source of their attention away for them to go elsewhere?
With that 27, Cadeyrn, as you feel the magic, this heavy weight of oppressive magic nearby, and what felt like teleportation magic behind you, you realize two things as you look forward. the rider on the horse suddenly jerks his head to the east and turns the horse away.
False alarm, friends. False
What
alarm.
do you mean false alarm? He's
We live yet another day because they're going to kill my perfectly human cousin.
That's
Which
careful,
we
Rob.
have no means of finding or
Say how-
helping.
You can't get there fast enough. No.
We don't even know where she is.
And that's where we're gonna end it for tonight.
Very suspicious if you called her your perfectly human cousin. Just saying. Like, we know. You're going to make other people clued in.
So,
I mean, clued into what?
how we
At
doing?
worst, they're gonna think she's a half elf.
How we doing?
That's doing good. Brenda's like, look, I'm bad at lying, but
Good.
that's like really bad. Like,
So I know that Simon. Here's the thing. I know that Simon guessed it last night.
Well, I guessed it a while back. I said
Said
it
it last night. But your guess was made in public, as in made to me last night.
Mhm.
Yep.
But did anyone else guess that Alienor was an Anel?
No.
I had suspicions, but especially once the wild hunt was brought up, I was like, ooh, cousin, I wonder, how your cousin has stayed youthful for so long.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, I think one of the early guesses I think that Lindy had was that she was an elf in disguise in some way. So that was like a.
I mean, it's not technically true because she's not.
Yes,
She-
you know.
Yeah, she's from an entirely different dimension.
But isn't that where the elves came from originally?
No.
Hmm.
So, this is where I get to be a Witcher wiki fan for a moment. Witcher, thing. So the Ain-Sheed and the Ain-El are both descended from the same
Core.
core,
The same. Yeah.
but their dimension, their entire place is like ravaged and destroyed. It's like major ecological disaster. You can't stay there, so they created these giant portals and teleported their entire population away. However, their populations split, and the Ain-Els go to one place, Tirnaler, and the Ain-Sheed go to the continent.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like 1,000, and the conjunction of the spheres is 1,500 years ago at the start of the game.
It's a while back. No, the conjunction.
The conjunction of the spheres is this time to start counting, which is so at the start of the Witcher game, it's 1,200 years ago.
The conjunction happened 1,500 years before the games.
Yeah, 1,500 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
It's
gets
before
really,
the novels, but whatever.
Yeah, 1,500 years before the novels. And the Ain-El are in this other place where there are literally humanoids and unicorns, and they wipe out the humanoids, and then are an internal are waging war against the unicorns, and like apparently this is a major thing that goes on for a while. And then they start coming. They need things, so they start coming to the continent and raiding.
Yep.
Like, what do they need? Do they need like
Human
hugs?
slaves.
Slaves.
So not hugs.
No.
No.
Well, I mean, not hugs that
And
you
that's why
want.
more people go missing from the wild hunt than are killed.
But
Wow.
do they need like hugs? Maybe some like therapy, some
Oh,
love.
I think he did a shit ton of therapy. Remember how I said Oberon has a unicorn head mounted above his throne? I was not making that shit up. It is actually There's a picture.
There's a picture.
Let me find
Yeah.
a picture of Oberon.
I suspected elf of some descent,
Mhm,
whether that
mhm.
be, of
So
one or
technically,
the other.
so she
And then
is an
once-
elf, right? She's just a style of elf.
Yeah,
Uh,
technically. They wouldn't be happy to hear you say that, but technically, genetically, yeah.
Yeah,
So.
it's kind of here's an image of Oberon as he's won a campaign. This is one of his official Gwent cards, by the way. He's a great
Yep.
character.
Yeah.
That's the name I was trying
Okay.
to find out.
Oberon?
No, the Enshade that live in, that used to inhabit Nilfgaard,
Yeah.
which I say used, but they actually just merged with the population. They weren't, genocided. They're called the Black Shade.
Yeah,
Mhm.
the Black Sheet.
Mhm.
But yes, Lysander, I mean, it's similar to a summer court, winter court kind of thing, but it's shit tons more violent. And
So imagine that Oberon is literally Hitler.
yeah,
Okay. Mm-hmm.
He believes in
Well,
the superiority
even
of
worse,
his own
even
race.
worse. Stalin. He is much closer to
Mhm.
Stalin with his control of the population.
Yeah, he's look, he's bad.
Does he need a hug though?
And
Ooh, let's not go there because of what happens if you get the bad ending of Witcher 3.
Oh.
I posted an image about it in our group chat
Is that what that
a
was?
while back. Yeah, the one with
Yeah.
Ciri and him. Mhm.
Oh.
That's the bad
Oh,
ending
boy.
of Witcher 3.
Huh.
That's interesting.
She basically, becomes his.
Lady Love?
No. He kidnaps her and has her and wants her
There's-
to reproduce, to repopulate the.
There's not a whole lot of love there.
No.
Oh.
No. There's.
All that they want, like, it started at the very, very beginning as we need to save our civilization. It just went to shit the second morning.
Yeah,
Oh.
because Oberon's an ass.
Well.
And, he's been the only one ruling for thousands of years.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
he's literally ruled his entire dimension for about 800 years. And then I can just show you the image of Eredin
Emo boy.
because,
Huh?
this is who Alienor is actually afraid of. There you go. Have fun. There's Eredin. That's his
Concerned
wit
about-
card.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You're not a great guy.
No. I mean, and
Maybe he needs a hug.
No.
anyways, but
I mean,
That-
if you did hug him, it looks like you get a lot of blood splatter on you, is what it looks like,
yep.
according to
Because
this
he'd be
image.
stabbing you as many times as Brenna stabbed Filiberta.
Oh, I just thought because there's a lot of blood splatter on his armor, and then if you transfer, it's hugging.
There's
Yep.
a transfer, all right, of more blood splatter from you to his armor.
Because he stabs you a lot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
So why don't we go around? We'll say all of these wonderful things, share some love for tonight, and a question that you might have for next week.
Hmm.
Like I was really
Us or our character?
either or both.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to share both, go right ahead. If you only have one or the other, that's fine too. So why don't we start go in reverse order? So we start with Lindy.
Hi, it's me. I just before anything else, I would like to say that my absolute favorite moment from tonight's game, that made me laugh a lot and is still making me laugh now, is Ianto saying, I mean, it'd be great if you slept with my sister, actually. If you could just snooze her, that'd be great. And then
Clearly.
Cadeyrn is kind of all right, well, I'll give it a go, but not today, because it's
A long day.
a long day, a little too soon. I'm kind of
Yeah.
tired.
Yeah.
You
Also-
know,
Maybe not where her husband is right now, but
maybe that too.
Yeah,
But I and I also there's just a little something that we also learned about Cadeyrn today that I just particularly enjoyed, and that Cadeyrn is not a sub. So that
Mhm.
was
Mhm. I mean, at least not
Cadeyrn
in
is a
that way.
bratty sub.
and it's
Love it.
and I just think it's really funny, and I can't wait to see if where that conversation / goal goes, because that just amuses me incredibly, and I love it. Questions we have in and out of character. Out of character, I'm pretty good. I'm kind of just want to see where this goes. What's Ardzo gonna think about all this? I guess maybe. In character, it's just like, just want a month of just chill, but I'm a fucking Witcher.
Yeah.
Damn it. And so less questions and more just size and acceptance, I feel. It was just from Brenna, like, all right, well, I guess we're gonna go to like wherever to do whatever to get whatever done. Fuck's complicated. My brain's not built for this, but whatever, we'll figure it out, I guess. That's what I got Yanto and a mage for. They got brain stuff for brain. I'm good at stabbing. Brenna's internal monologue. Just so you all can know, it's just kind of monotone with a lot of cursing. You can find me online at Left Love Lindy. Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I play and GM some tabletop RPGs. You can find me next on Sunday here for Romance of the Blue Rose. Oh wait, no. You can find me next. You can find me all, but you can find me here on Sunday. But next, you can find me on Friday on Troopers channel for City of Light and Shadow, because that has picked back up, and I'm very excited about it. And then on my channel Mondays and Tuesdays for D&D, and yeah, that's me.
Both D's? So the D and the other D?
Both D's. 2 D's with an and in between.
Nice.
Yeah.
I am looking forward to everything. And thank you, Lindy, again for being here as always, because it's just so much fun. And then, hey, Simon.
Hello. I'm Simon at Wandering DM. You can find me. I'll start with that. Tomorrow at 8:30 on my channel for Sentinels of the Multiverse. It is going to be our 3rd issue of the 2nd run, and a new start actually for the group. So if you've never watched it, which Sentinels is an amazing game, tomorrow is a good entry point. And you can catch up on the rest on YouTube if you want. Then on Friday, Friday's going to be our series finale for Cyberpunk Red. 8:30 again.
Season or series?
Series.
Oh my goodness.
It's been a year and a half. It's been 5 seasons. Plus the solo episodes. So it's been a while. So we're gonna finish, tie up the last little bits, then like we did last week, showcase where the group is going to be in like 5 to 10 years and where they're going to be in 2077 when the video game takes place, so like 32 years in the future. And then on Saturday we're going to be playing Scion at 1 p.m. on my channel. We're going to have guests soon for both Scion and Sentinel, so that's going to be amazing. Then on Sunday, I'll be back here to play Vishard, who is so different from Cadeyrn, on Romance of the Blue Rose.
I mean, Vishard
One of
has
them
gotten
was in an
3...
orgy, one of them wasn't.
Well, Vishard has gotten 3 smooches in the last 2 episodes, and Cadeyrn has gotten 0.
Got a goal now, though.
Also, I feel like Vishard is less of an ass.
No
but
comment.
Probably doesn't think as highly of himself. And yeah, so my love today will have to go. It's my love and like a little bit of annoyance, but it's positive annoyance to Yanto. Because for fuck's sake, at some point, I will make you see that you are a valid person.
It's just tricky because he's planning on ditching you after he's stealing this pin. So it's not like he's like, no, you're valid. You should stay. And he's like, ooh, I can't because I'm gonna steal something and then go. You know what I mean?
Like,
so that's like
get together.
He just can't tell you that part.
No, but you know, you're gonna take the pin. You're gonna run away.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit back, probably have a margarita.
Well, he's gonna have
watch
to wait
a little
till after he
pool
gets
of
the
water.
Dimeridium first. He's like, oh, Dimeridium? Great. You have given me, okay, so I'll just wait till I have the Dimeridium, and then I'll steal the pin, and then I'll go hang out with Mommy Brooksa.
Do you really think that I'm gonna give you enough demuridium to fuck me up?
Well, but if it stops mages from being able to read your mind or spy on you, that's probably good, right? Like I don't need to kill anybody.
It is
Yeah.
good, but
Yeah.
I can still, the goal is for Cadeyrn doesn't think you're gonna double cross him, but Cadeyrn doesn't want to give you enough demuridium that it's going to be a danger to himself while you're in the group.
Of course.
Yeah, so no, that's my my star of the show. Was trying to argue with Yanto. And then my question is, I can ask a question as Cadeyrn, or I can ask a question as Simon.
Both.
Or you can do both.
You can do both.
All right,
Crack said.
Simon's question is going to be, when do we get the Mahakam?
Mm-hmm.
Cadeyrn's question is divorce legal in this world? Asking for a friend.
Is that friend Brenna? I'm just asking for another friend. That friend is me.
She's my totally normal human friend
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
who doesn't even know how to fight.
Mm-hmm.
And her husband's kind of a dick,
Mm-hmm.
so she needs to get away from him.
Right.
Divorce would be the best.
Mhm.
Because again, doesn't know how to fight.
Yeah.
So big imbalance of power. And and she's very
I see.
emotional.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
She does
okay.
not like confrontation. So
Right.
it's not Brenna. Why would it be Brenna?
Okay, that's fair.
Why
But,
would
like,
what would I ask about Brenna? Like, I mean,
But if somebody killed that husband, then your friend would just inherit all the stuff, and that seems better. And like widowers have a lot of options.
I know I've
Widows.
played Castle Falkenstein.
Widows have a lot of options. Just saying.
Widowers also do,
This
but
is true.
it's different.
Yeah, he's on like option number 4. What?
Literally.
But we weren't talking about Brenna.
No,
No,
it's Widow.
no. Brenna. I mean, come on. We travel with Brenna. Like, I'm
Yeah.
not.
It's a friend of ours named Britta. It's totally different.
Just like, yes.
Look.
She has no
all the-
filter.
Duchess Britta something.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I don't know if I've
Duchess
ever heard
Britta
of her,
from
but
Water,
sure.
I think it was. It was something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then last but never least, hey Trooper.
Hello. Hi everybody. I'm Trooper SCP. Pew, 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 pew. You can find me on Friday, hanging out with Lindy for City of Light and Shadow. They killed somebody's mother-in-law. We're gonna find out how that works out for them.
No, we didn't. Snipers did. It wasn't. We were attacked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then what is this? That's Friday. And then I'm around. You can find out like my video game streams when you want. But on Sunday, 4:00 p.m. Eastern, you can find me on Table Story for Faint Dawn, where I'm playing a necromancer who doesn't really have a problem with killing people for experimentation purposes. Because bodies are just temporary housing anyway. It's fine. And
You know
then,
what that sounds like, Trooper? That
Hmm.
sounds like death is just a state of being.
that's how he feels, that death is just a state of being. Speaking of that phrase, if you go to 8 p.m., you can find me on this channel, Praxis channel, for Blue Rose, where I play the very internally shiny but quite gruff, externally gruff psychic bird, Russ, where, Vishar's just going to get better, and then nobody has to go do anything corrupting, because we believe in him. That's it. Now, in terms of questions, my question is going to be, I have lots of questions about how did person A get knowledge about person B. Like, I have a question about networks, information networks, that I do not have the answers for yet, but we'll see. Yanto has a different question based on some things that Cadeyrn said about Javic and this possession and all of that. And as Cadeyrn was walking away, Yanto thought, wait a minute. Somebody knew all the details of my gang, which I keep separate from my brothel, in terms of like we don't overlap their publicity and everything. Somebody knew all of those details. What if it was Javic? Like, because like Javic just was like being like evil or whatever, possessed or who knows how that works. Like, and Javic has been reading my mind and like it's like basically who knew all the details of like my entire life and all of that. Like, what if it was Javic all along? So he's like a little concerned about the fact that like somebody is like basically somebody knows a lot of information, like a lot of information, wide-ranging information about a lot of people. And he's like, well, what if it was Javic? So that's the question he has right now. Is like, what if it was Javic with his mind reading powers that did that? That seems distressing as a concept. Yes.
Ooh.
And my love, oh gosh, that's hard. Everybody was so good today. That's really tough. Yeah, everybody was really good. Yeah, I have to give my love to everybody because Brenna with her conversation with Alienor, Cadeyrn all day. Also one day, actually, I don't know who I ship Cadeyrn with. That's tricky. There are a lot of options for Cadeyrn in terms of shipping. And then, but I'm not going to list them all out because nobody needs to hear those inner thoughts. But let's just say there are a lot of ships that I can put Cadeyrn with, like a lot of them. They can have a fleet. And then
you're assuming that people will like suffer him.
You know, there are many different types of ships. I'm just saying, there are a lot of different types of ships.
Like friendships.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, regardless of the ship, Cadeyrn is the type of guy to scuttle ships while he's on board.
Oh, who needs more self-esteem? Oh, come on now.
He already told you the
don't
shattered
know.
pieces of his self-esteem today, and those were little words from Cadeyrn's mouth.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe if you came with us, you could help, but no.
Well, but now that you have the pin, he's going to have to come with you because he can't. Because if he steals the pin early, he's not going to get the Dimeridium. He's going to need the Dimeridium so that people cannot track him when he goes and hangs out with Mama Bruxa. So he's going to have to wait until after he gets the Dimeridium before he can steal the pin.
That works.
Otherwise, he's not going to get the Dimeridium. And then they're just going to track him to the Lady Bruxa, and that'd be terrible. Because then, they catch her, and he can't do that. But my favorite exchange was he didn't have sex with you for 10 years. And then Yanto's like, oh, so he must have really, really loved you then. And then Cadeyrn's like, no, that meant the opposite. So like, there's just a different idea about what lack of sex means between the two of them.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to give like a small hint of our backstage.
Billy, of course.
Oh, Billy's always
Billy,
best.
of course, for his amazing sort of difficulty explaining some things, and then asking, Jan to explain things when Jan's like, I can't really talk for a long period of time. Like, this is not going to happen. Yep.
Fun hint behind the scenes of our backstage chat. The question is, who has self-esteem in this group? I can name one person who has actual self-esteem in this group.
Alienor.
She's not technically part of your group. And you don't know if she actually has self-esteem.
Yes, that's fair.
Is self-esteem an emotion?
Well,
No.
I know, I know it's not Brenna. Brenna has terrible self-esteem.
It's definitely Ardzo.
But
Yes.
Ardzo also feels like he's a danger to other people, and that's why he lives in a forest.
Brenna has self-esteem in things that are not Witcher related.
Yanto had lots of self-esteem. He does not currently have it, but he had lots.
Yeah, he'll probably
Because
get
when
that.
Filiberta came in, she wasn't like, oh, I'm not great. She's like, no, Filiberta's a fucking bitch because I'm freaking awesome. How dare.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair.
Brenna has got lots of self-esteem.
Unless it's Witcher again. And she's like, oh, no, I'm a shit Witcher. Come on, please, no.
You're just a baby Witcher. It's fine. You'll eventually
Witcher.
grow
Baby Witcher.
up. And as for me, hey all, you know me. I'm at Deirdre on Twitter, Praxuarth as me4. You see me around on Twitch, and you will find me on Friday over at 8:30 p.m. on Wandering DM for the finale of Cyberpunk Red, as I get to play my disaster child Chaos Child. She is like pure Chaos Child. for the last time. She has plans. It's fine.
Does it involve explosives?
Probably. Or music and lights. Or a lot of other things. I mean...
Or both.
Or all of the above. The answer is all of the above.
Yep. Always pick E.
And then on Sunday, back here again for some more Romance of the Blue Rose, as people continue to make their way through the past towards the city of Aldis. There is... I can't wait to the answer for the answer of Ritka's question that she asked Delme at the end of last session. And if you didn't see that, it was a post-credit scene, so you need to go watch all the way through the credits. And then you'll hang around, check my Twitter, because with the end of Cyberpunk Red, I feel like I need more Talsorian in my life. So we're going to have be on the lookout, because I'll start sharing dates for the solo episodes for Mekton, and then the announced season 2 for Mekton, because that's going to be fun. Also, I think you deserve a little post-credit scene.
Oh no. Okay.
Those
I'm
are
ready
two very
for it.
different reactions.
Because, like, I just feel like the post-credit scene is never shawarma. It's always murder, but go on. Or evil. Whispers.
The lightning flashes, and while Cadeyrn has just looked out the window and seen this rider turn his head to the east. Somewhere east of the mountains in Toussaint, Alienor Delcroix steps out of a portal, gestures with her offhand, her left hand. Her hair is pulled back, suddenly tight in a braid to the middle of her back. Her dresses are gone, it's just normal leathers. And she looks up to the west and puts 2 fingers to her mouth and whistles sharply. Smiles and then starts walking into the night. And that's where we're going to leave it for tonight. But until next time, my dears, we will see you, because there's so much story left to tell. And sometimes, although you may have walked the road home, the road didn't end there.
Passwacht is not his home? What?